Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here, oh, look at No Splash Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is a way to go. Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
Get 'em, Jimmy, where low shack at? The bottle's getting empty, I'm the cracking, we stacking. Chips, all of this, what I want, plus money winners, that's what I'm on. You can say I'm gone, I prefer elevated Pub Sports Radio. Time to get educated, who can produce, fade the juice, letting loose with so much abuse that the bookies wanna call the truth. They get slaughtered, can't forget Jeff and Low Baggers in the chat. That's a little weapon cause we need, oh yeah, pubbing. We be pubbing!
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, September 27th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Swept the board in MLB yesterday. It was my first day hammering a full MLB card in a minute. 4-0 with a push, which felt good, but lost the over in the football game, which is fine. It's a very profitable day. But I was running beautifully in baseball. I had the SGP that was revolved around CeeDee Lamb over yards and touchdown pass, uh, you know, receiving a touchdown pass. And I was in business. And then it was tied with the Cowboys money line and the over, which is an alternate over at 42.5. And I thought I was in business. I thought I was going to cash that and cash everything. So, the ups and downs, any day in the black is a great day. And, it was nice to sweep the board in MLB and all that stuff. But I'm left wanting more, and right here is the opportunity to get that more and to get that cash. So thank you guys for joining us. We have a great show today. Of course, Jose Bouquett and I will be capping the MLB card, highlighted by Daby Cab Best Bets, and of course the plays of the day from these great cappers that we rock with in the chat. Then we roll. Well, we're going to start with CFL. I've just been holding my own in CFL. It's not been great. It's fine. 41 and 35, 53.9% plus 2.39 units. So we're going to start with for the 4 games in CFL. We won't take too long with them. And I haven't bet them yet. I was just trying to get everything together. I could have locked in 2 spots, but it's like, you know what? If I talk them out, that'll be fine. And in the second, the last spot, I kind of did want to talk out a little bit more. So we start with CFL, then we get an MLB, and then Wine Time Sports going to cap the 2 Friday games. And I know he's already rocked the 1 game, so we'll just slightly review Huskies Rutgers, and then Washington Rutgers, and then he wants to also talk about Louisville Notre Dame on Saturday, and that's how we'll close out the show. Then our friend the Skunt Blaster, our friend Cody Norton, he won the horse race yesterday, and he said, give it back, put it back in. He's like, let's go for $100 the next day. What a guy he is. He constantly gives to our channel, and just a quality capper. Just, he's just such a sentiment of what our community is all about. So he said, no, put it back in. Let's have $100 horse race on Friday, and that is what we shall do. It's great to see you guys, man. I'm ready to rock. Billy Friedrich in the house, cashing his pig milk play of the day yesterday. Says I'll be in and out today. Wild and crazy weather down here in Raleigh, hoping to keep the power on. And he says, Jose, check on your friends in Asheville. They're getting 20 inches of rain. Stay safe and best of luck from our friend Billy Friedrich. And he says also for tomorrow, Chalky Whites CFB parlay of the week: Ole Miss, Indiana, USC, Ohio, Bowling Green, LSU, and Utah, all on the money line at plus 305. Let's get that copied and pasted right here. Begin my copying and pasting prowess. Get this locked and loaded. Gerald Jones in the house. Texas Rangers first 5 minus a half, minus 120. And Justin McKelvey stacks in business. Stacks cashed the alternate line on CeeDee Lamb. He moved it to 89.5 and cashed a plus 135, as Stacks does. Very, very, very impressive. Everything happened so fast, and then we were in the poker tournament too last night. So yeah, it's Justin, I know that you're not on social media, but I have no way to connect with you at all, because we want you on screen, man. We want you on camera with us, and I have no way to tell you that other than live during our show. So I need to figure out a way. Maybe if you could jump backstage and just give us your phone number. We'll do it old school, man. Pull out the old Gokester rotary phone. Series business in the house. Red Girl, Slow Jams, Arsenal, NJ Striker, Aaron Gaza. Aaron Gaza had a monster night last night. Great work. And there's Jay Peasy in the house. Jay Peasy. The first sounds you hear when you see any of our shows is the lyrics from my guy Jay Peasy. Slow Jams Arsenal says, think these Thursday night NFL dogs will keep getting us paid most of the year. I mean, watching that field goal miss, I mean, the books are just pointing and laughing. I mean, they're just making so much money in NFL this year. It's wild. There's a pro gambler who said that why would he bet NFL? It's where the books make all their money. And it kind of stuck with me. Here. All right, that was fast. Thank you. Okay, I got Justin McKelvey's contact. So let's get more Justin McKelvey up on our streams, and more and more Jay Peasy up on our streams. Christopher Carter in the house. Christopher Carter ran with us for a long time, man. Respect. I love that. Shout out to my guy, Christopher Carter. And Kong's Clips cashing with Army very easily. Needed to come onto the show to let us the guide us to the cash, man. Another great example of what we are as a group. Johnny K in the house. Ron Crawford. There he is. Ron Crawford spreadsheet. Play the day dog. Kansas City at plus 174. Let's get that here locked and loaded. And there he is. The aforementioned Skunt Blaster. What a guy. Picks up 50 American and says, give it back to the community. What a guy. What a guy. Shout out to our guy, Skunt Blaster. Wine Time Sports in the house. He'll be joining us later. Christopher Carter on Mets team total over 3.5. I did move on a bunch of college football games. I just, and that's just from the breakdowns from Bobano. I wanted to do them after the show, but then we had the Cappers contest, and then I wanted to prep for our live stream, and also I was tired, so I wanted to wait till I was like I could take a breath, spend a couple hours with the notes and with the lines. So I moved on a bunch of spots in college football. I think I bet it at 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning. Kong Slip says, don't forget Kong's Smash Play of the Week. Brian Battle and Joe Anderson Brito parlay at plus 137. It's now plus 102, but he got it plus 137. Kong's Smash Play of the Week, 10-1. Is there another capper who has captured the imagination of our squad, like our guy Kong's Clips? And Kong shouting out Michael Piccioni, our friend, says, appreciate you, brother. Shout out to Michael Piccioni. LJ from H-Town in the house. LJ was great last night, as always. He's just money in the bank, man. Kong's Clips, Wine Time Sports, LJ from H-Town. There's razor sharp picks, man. He made last night's stream very enjoyable. He is so much fun to cap with. He just brings the energy up so fast. And now I've been, because I'm getting over the illness, a little bit off the sauce, but coming back on Sunday. The soup is calling my name. Chosen one in the house, the sweaty butcher, Joey Harb, yay area, ready to get to work. Oh, it says that field goal hurt. That was nuts. Beautiful, Justin. I just got it from Jose. So let's we need you more involved on screen, man, because you're money in the bank. Al Cervic coin, and there's Slatsy in the house with his CFL action. That's what we are starting with. Copy and paste that. Let's get this here and have this right underneath the CFL headline here. Thank you for sharing that with us, Slatsy. I look forward to going over your action and discussing the situation. Kelly McInnes ready to go. Kelly, we want you guys to join us on these streams. We really do. It just adds so much fun, adds so much to the community. Just adds. So if anybody wants to join us on these live streams, or if anybody wants to make an NFL Pub Hub debut, anything like that, please just hit me up on Twitter, because we'd be very thankful and proud to have you guys on. Slatsy says, so busy capping NHL for pool and futures. It's coming fast. It is coming very fast. It is. Chosen one on Atlanta, Kansas City under 7.5. Goran Yankowski on Cubs and AC Milan money line. There's Ken Mizrahi in the house. Great to see you, Ken. Get this all copied and pasted. I'm very fortunate. There's a reason why I kind of let MLB. Well, I mean, also not having a great season. I'm not even having a good season. I'm not even having an average season, but it actually very quietly, the black might become within reach. But we're working with you guys. It's just such a wealth of information. I get everybody's best bets. I copy and paste them all. I have all this. We go through each game meticulously. I mean, yesterday's show was just under 4 hours long. And then I come back and I go 4-0. It makes me think it's smart. Only gamble with your colleagues. Don't gamble alone in the dark. But you know what we do. We gamble alone in the dark. Al Cervic says Virginia Tech in a nice letdown spot. We're going to break that all down. My dude got screwed by the Padres. Yeah. I was lucky to just be on them early, but it's tough, man. Tough. Top MF in here says Aubrey killed a lot of people with that missed field goal last night. I mean, just the books just pointing and laughing. And there is Crystal Craig celebrating her birthday. Says all birthday picks welcome the big 4-8 Crystal Craig. Happy birthday. We love capping with you so much. Miss Baseball here. Crystal Craig celebrating her birthday. So, yes, we need birthday picks for Crystal Craig. Maybe it's time for a friends and family parlay in the name of Crystal Craig. Maybe we get a best bet from all 4 people on the show. Crystal Craig. I think that Crystal Craig should get us back to friends and family, because that's what Crystal does. She brings us together. Happy birthday, Crystal. Friday birthday. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you for starting with us. And we love you. We love capping with you. NJ Striker in the house. Am I lying? Great work. Ken Mizrahi says we smashed against MLB teams who clinched last night. Yes, I expect that to be the case. I have not moved on anything in MLB. It was funny when I came back yesterday. With so many of my favorite pitchers were all pitching, and that's not the case today. It's a little more difficult. Bomb.com in the house, and Razor Sharp Pick says Chalk Anita opening day. Yes, shout out to Santa Anita, the great race place. And our friends, the Zertucci family. Gordon Nikowski, a Blue Bombers Rutgers money line spot for him. And we need to get to work. So let me get this here. Oh, let's make sure that Crystal Craig is right there. Get that under Al Cervic's note. We got Michael Piccioni thanking King again for his hard work. Michael Piccioni, we love capping with you, man. 9 Legacy with his play of the day. Let's get 9 Legacies action here. Copied and pasted so we can discuss throughout the show. We got a banger today and $100 horse race. Now, if it's $100, we should probably have heats. And I don't need to worry about picking up Ella. It is a professional day. Just have to worry about not getting annoyed from the noise. DC Capper, he cashes the first half over with the plum, and I lose the full game over. Smart taking it first half. Excellent work. Okay, Kongslip says tell Crystal that my birthday pick is the smash play tomorrow. So we will go over that. That's Brian Battle and Joe Anderson Brito parlay. Dav Fenn won with Padres first 5, but that team needs to get straightened out. Says he thinks he's on the Diamondbacks tonight. Great to see all of you guys. Wine Time sending out love to our friend Crystal Craig. Rob Free in the house. Great to see you, Rob, my man. Great to see all of you guys. So it is time to get to work. Let me just get a couple more spots here. Coin currency play today is the under 54.5. Let me go down to that spot here in the Virginia Tech Miami game. Let's get the coin currency play of the day right there for us. Joseph Thompson in the house. Great to see you. And Topset says I mixed player props and turned plus 300 into plus 1100. I love it, Topset. I love hearing that. There's the truth teller in the house. Great group. Great group. The odds bunch ready to go. Says Yankees first 5 team total under 2.5 and Royals team total under 3.5 so far for me. That's must know information. Let's copy and paste that. Must know information here from our guy Sharpie. That under 9 Legacies action here. There we go. F. Donahue ready to go. Irish King, Chill Will. Old East has lost power and internet last night during the game, but ended up cashing. That is all that matters. Okay, let's get to work. In well, before we do, here, Truth Teller says having a bad day. Truth Teller, you came to the right spot. So just let all that go. Take a deep breath And let's cap, my man, because that's what we love to do. We go to the Canadian Football League. We start Friday, September 27th, 8 p.m. Eastern. The Edmonton Elks, 5-9, 3-4 on the road at the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, 8-6, 5-2 at home. We're at Princess Otto Stadium, Winnipeg, Manitoba, 73 Fahrenheit, sunny, 3 miles per hour. And we have Slatsy on the Bombers minus 4.5. Bombers Elks under 49.5. I like those spots. I don't like backing the team that won the first game of a home and home. And when they win it on the road, I do whatever I can to stay away from them. But the Bombers have won 6 straight. I made a big bet or a max bet, whatever it is. For me, a max bet. And on the Bombers to reach the Grey Cup final. Now, they'll probably have to go through the BC Lions. That might be a little uncomfortable. This total is at 49.5 right now at Pinnacle. It opened up at 50, and it dropped to 49.5 at 8 this morning. Now, it was a minus 120 to the under, so it really, didn't do that much. Then from a point spread spot, we have a 4.5. The Bombers are minus 4.5, minus 110. They open up minus 4.5, minus 107. So there's been 3 cents of movement over there. Aubrey Travis says the Blue Bombers cover. So I get it. I get it. What I wanted to move on was the Elks team total under 22.5, because that covers me in case this game does get away from the Edmonton Elks. These teams met last week, right? 27-14 Blue Bomber victory in Edmonton. And so I went 1-1 last week. All I had was the Elks plus 3.5 that closed at a pick'em. And I had the Alouettes. So it's just a 1-1 week for me last week. I lost a little bit of vig. The Elks put up 179 yards on the ground against the Bombers. And 41 points were scored. They averaged 6.6 yards per carry, and they struggled through the air with Trey Ford at quarterback. Trey Ford was 10 of 17 for 131 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions before he was replaced by McLeod Bethel-Thompson. MBT is getting the start here. I understand why they went with Ford initially. And the Bombers' pass defense is so strong. I mean, McLeod, they had a bye. They planned everything out how they could beat the Bombers, and it was running the ball as much as possible, having Trey Ford at quarterback, focusing on the run, staying away from this secondary the Bombers have that's extremely strong. And it didn't work enough to get a victory. Why? Because the Bombers are simply a better football team than the Elks. I'm uncomfortable with going to McLeod Bethel-Thompson here. I think you're sort of playing into the Bombers' strength. Now, you're also going to have big plays available. McLeod Bethel-Thompson is probably going to throw a couple picks. That's why I was moving away from the full game under to the Elks team total under. And I think I'm going to stick with that. I completely get why Slatsy moved on the full game under. I've tried to stay away from doubling up on spots. Let's talk about Justin Rankin for a bit. I mean, his meteoric rise as a running back has been unbelievable. He ran 14 times for 157 yards. With Trey Ford, he opens up holes. He also has to have an eye on him everywhere he goes. And with McLeod Bethel-Thompson, I wonder if Rankin, they're certainly not going to average, I believe, 6.6 yards per carry unless a bunch of it comes in garbage time when, there's dime packages in and things like that. Let's talk about the Bombers because they also hammer the run game. Brady Oliveira ran for 18 times for 127 yards, 2 touchdowns. He leads the league with 1,021 rushing yards. He's a monster. He's everything that you'd want in a running back. He keeps running at the teeth of the defense. It's smash mouth football. He's just going to run right through you. Yeah, he's not going to. We're not talking Barry Sanders shiftiness, although he is pretty shifty. Zach Collaros was 19 of 27 for 191 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. I think that Fajardo is playing cleaner football over in Montreal than Collaros, but they know what they have, and both quarterbacks know they have great football teams. Just don't lose the game. game manage and just don't throw away the game. And Caleros has done that at times this year. Now, obviously not on the 6-game winning streak. Despite losing star linebacker Adam Big Hill for the season, the Bombers defense looks excellent. They're allowing just 17 points per game over the last 8. The Elks have the worst pass defense in the league, but the Bombers just don't destroy you through the air. They methodically beat you. I should have been on the under with Trey Ford at quarterback. I don't want to do that with McLeod Bethel Thompson. I think there's too much possibility for pick six and air. There's also possibility for big plays. So I've convinced myself I don't want to double up in a different spot with a different bankroll. Maybe I double up on these spots a little more, but I did some double ups early in the year in CFL and they burnt me, and it took me a while to even get back into the black. So that's my action here. That's my action. Tom Leach, yes, let's bounce back. Your plays today have been monsters. Kevin Rice says, I want to smash the Tiger Cats game over. Should I fire away? Well, let's get to it. So that is going to be me. I'm going to be on the Elks team total under. It's available right now at Pinnacle. Maybe I can get a chance to bet it during the show, but under team total under 22.5 at -108 for me. All right, let's roll on to game 2 tonight, and it's the game that Ken Mizrahi is talking about. And we have our guy Slatsy. He's on the over 52.5 in Ticats Lions, and I can completely understand why. One of the things when you do this, for a long time, and you track yourself very closely, is you see what you succeed with and what you don't. And this 52.5, 53.5 total, I have a negative ROI betting overs on, and I can't get past that. I can't tell you how many have landed on 51. It's troubling. Now we may cap this and end up all of us on the over, so that's fine. But I just need to be consciously aware. This opened up at 8, and I couldn't believe it. Last week, the line against the Argos made no sense to me either. Let's pull that up. Last week, the first thing I thought when I saw the Argos at +6.5 was, the Ticats +6.5 was, well, you got to bet the Ticats. They just have the Argos number. That line didn't move. It didn't move all week. And when those, it was a very easy cash for Ticats, but I stayed off the game because it didn't move. I didn't understand why it didn't move. This opened up at an 8 and it moved to 7. I mean, we're talking about an offense right now that leads the league, averaging 397.6 yards per game in the Ticats. They've gone over 30 points in the last 3 games in each of them. Bo Mitchell leads the CFL in passing yards and passing touchdowns, and they're these huge dogs. It doesn't make sense here. It really doesn't make sense. But I still have the same kind of trepidation about getting involved with the Ticats, with this big spread and the Lions coming off of a bye. Let's get to this total because I know it's what everyone wants to talk about. It's dropping. And it's dropping as we speak. So, at 6:21 a.m. this morning, there was a move to the over. The over 53.5 was -106. The under was -110. And then people started hitting the under. It's down to a 52 right now. And as much as that might not make sense with the X's and O's, I can't help but stick to this spot where I have a negative ROI at this high of a total in CFL. I keep coming back to it. And Robert Franklin on Hamilton +7, and I get it. So let's talk about this. BC destroyed the Ticats 44-28 in Hamilton earlier in the season. These two teams couldn't be more different than that situation. I mean, BC came in and just immediately punched the Ticats in the mouth with Vernon Adams at quarterback. Vernon Adams on the sidelines right now watching Nathan Rourke underwhelm. And we know that the players are, they don't have anything negative to say about Rourke, but they love Vernon Adams. I mean, Vernon Adams is their guy. And so it's tricky to watch that. DC Capper, I will copy and paste that, my man. Thank you. I will copy and paste that. So right now, Hamilton's playing their best football this season, coming off that very impressive 33-31 victory at Toronto. Bo Levi Mitchell, 31-40 for 362 yards, 1 touchdown, and 0 interceptions. He's actually being clean out there, not just wildly out of control. Bridges caught 6 passes for 82 yards, being an absolute monster. And the Lions come in off their bye week. They were last seen in that very disappointed 33-17 home loss to the Argos. I don't want there to be a bye week after a team loses like that. I feel like that kind of, slows down or stops the anger. But have they been sitting in that anger? Nathan Rourke is averaging 219 passing yards a game through 5 games back. I mean, that's not most outstanding player numbers. 4 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. And like, as much as McInnes and Hatcher, are playing at a high level, I keep going back that these weapons are not as good as they were last year. Though even with Stanback at running back, these weapons are not as strong as they were when Nathan Rourke was here in 2022. Slatty says Bo Levi Mitchell playing out of his mind, which I can't believe. And Rourke coming in after a bad game. The sky is going to be raining footballs. No, I hear that. And also, BC's banged up. Deontay Evans and Bo Lacombo. That's Deontay Evans is a cornerback, and their linebacker Bo Lacombo are hurt. I mean, these are big losses. I don't see why the Ticats wouldn't be in this football game. But there's concerns. There's legitimate concerns, with an angry Lions team coming off of a bye, the Ticats, with the victory of the year in Toronto. So it kind of makes me want to stay off. So first off, it's Hamilton or nothing. Secondly, I don't want to be involved in the total. It just doesn't work. It's just not a number that works for me. So at this point, I'm just gonna have in my notes it's Ticats or nothing. And I'm kind of comfortable with not moving on the Friday night late game. Mally Mal on the opener, we have, and I'll go over Slatsy's action and other action in the chat again, but I'm going to be on the Elks team total under 22.5 minus 108. There's some books like that's at Pinnacle at 365. It's 21.5 at minus 120. It's more expensive, but I'm fine with anything over 21. Okay, so that's it. That's the Friday night spot. Let's get into Saturday action, and let's move quickly here. 3 p.m. Eastern with the Ottawa Redblacks 8-5-1, 2-4 on the road at Saskatchewan Roughriders 6-7-1, 3-3 at home Mosaic Stadium, Regina, Saskatchewan. 68 Fahrenheit, mostly sunny, 8 miles per hour. When I was away, when I was in Hawaii, I would go on to CFL.ca and get information, and it shows you the lines, the look ahead lines, and this was Saskatchewan minus 2.5. I was like, oh my God, wait till this drops. I want this to drop. Let it drop at minus 2.5. I'm going to hammer it. And I was traveling and I was sick and I was preparing for NFL Pub Hub. And I was like, as soon as this drops, I'm going to hammer it. And then minus 3 came out. But I couldn't get to it. I don't know if I was sick or what was going on, but I missed the minus 3. And I could have still paid for it at Pinnacle. But at the time, I was hoping to send the action in. I was hoping to send it in through 365. At that point, it was an expensive weekend, and I was just hoping to send it in. And it was a 3.5 already at 365. And then it moved to 4. And that's when I start getting angry. I get angry and jealous of the lines that my friends got. And I was stuck with this anger and jealousy. We faded the Red Blacks last week because the first week after cutting Rocky Armstead didn't hurt them. The second week, we knew it would and will continue to. Look, Bob Dice is like a beloved character, the coach of the Red Blacks, and he's created a locker room that he believes in and all that stuff. And I don't know what the problem with Rocky Armstead was, but they cut him. And in his first game with the Rough Riders, he ran for 207 yards. And now he wants the blood of the Ottawa Red Blacks. So not only do you create a monster, you hurt the West because Saskatchewan had the worst. Well, they didn't. AJ Ouellette is leading the team at 259 yards rushing, but he's been hurt most of the year. So in one game, Armstead is 52 yards away from being the leading rusher for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Let's go over the line history here for this spot. So those of you that got the 3, it's just excellent work. Let's start with the total. It's at 51. It opened up at 51.5. We've dropped a half point. And we go to the spread. It's a 3.5 or a 4. And this is juiced to, God, this was even available at 2.5 at Pinnacle. I just, so frustrating. I guess, you're capping other sports, and I was sick. And I would love to have the Rough Riders minus 2.5. And the only thing that I think now is I want to wait to get them live. But let's talk this out. AOD in the house, Irish King. Slatsy says after his last game with Ottawa, Armstead came off the field and said, benching the best running back in the league. Unbelievable. Next day, he was cut. Saskatchewan picks him up. He runs wild and now gets revenge. So let's talk about the spot. Mosaic Stadium, Regina, Saskatchewan. These Rough Riders are 3-3 at home. Slatsy, I should have got the 3. I just... and this is a problem I have when I don't get a spot that I usually leave money on the table just because I'm jealous and filled with rage. I've tried to get that out of my system. So let's talk about the spot. 68 Fahrenheit, mostly sunny, 8 miles per hour. They had gone 0-6-1. They had the 1 tie and 6 losses before that 37-29 victory at Calgary. But it also, and in player prop market, do you want to back a player who's coming off a career day? And the answer is no. Now, do you want to back that player who's coming off a career day and has revenge in his mind? Now, what if there are Red Blacks who don't like Armstead and can't wait to put their shoulder through his face? Trevor Harris was perfect. Now that he has a running game, he doesn't have to do too much. He was 16 of 18 for 248 yards, touchdown, no interceptions. And the Red Blacks coming off this ugly 24-12 loss at home to the Alouettes. Drew Brown was 8 of 16 for just 69 yards, 2 interceptions before he hurt his ankle. And now he's replaced by Jeremiah Masoli, who they absolutely love. And he went 17 of 26 for 218 yards and a touchdown, interception. He's starting this week. And these teams met in a listless, boring 22-22 tie. We cashed the under in that game. And it was 13-13 going into overtime. But the Red Blacks have injuries all throughout, and even in last game. But they've lost their key linebackers over the last few weeks. They've lost huge player personnel. And then last week, they lose Drake Centers, offensive lineman, and they lose 2 defensive backs. Actually 3 with Ty Cranston, Brandon Danbridge, and Alonzo Ade. So I won't keep harping on this, but I'm going to just try and find the spot to get in on it live at the number that I should have bet it. And that's all I want to do here. I think this is an angry Red Black squad. And there's a possibility that the Rough Riders are going to be a little fat and happy. And psychologically, you have to ask yourself, do the Red Blacks hate Rocky Armstead? Is that the bigger thing? Or is the bigger thing that Rocky Armstead hates Bob Dice? And he's going to show Bob Dice what he just lost. Now, if Rocky Armstead wasn't coming off a 207-yard game, so with all this knowledge, our guy Slatsy is on Rocky Armstead over 70.5 rushing yards. And he's on the Rough Riders -3, which is a great look. And I wish I got it. Well, no, Slatsy, they weren't out yet. So, when I was on the first flight to Chicago, that was all prepping for NFL Pub Hub, setting up the whole NFL Pub Hub worksheet and all that. Then I land at 6 a.m, and then I get here because those lines came out on Sunday, and I landed. I didn't need your excuses, but I'm angry about it. All right, Tom Leach, you can't buy points in CFL. This is a smaller market. They don't offer them. There's no alt lines. I would have already bought it. I would have been coming here telling you about it. Okay, let's roll on to the final spot on the board. This is a beauty. 7 p.m. Eastern. Montreal Alouettes 11-2-1, 6-0-1 on the road at the Toronto Argonauts. 7-7, 5-2 at home. BMO Field in Toronto, Ontario. 67 Fahrenheit. Showers, 16 mile per hour winds. So it's windy, and it might not rain. This isn't rain. Remember, we've talked about this with Noli knows all the time. It's showers. They may come, they may not. Shout out to BJ. I love that you got in early on that Cowboys -4.5, man. Nice to see the CLV working in your favor. So I want the under in this game, and I would like to get this action in probably, probably while we're talking baseball with Jose here. The Argos opened up +1.5, -107. They're now +1.5 at -111. And I want the under, and nobody wants unders in Argonaut games. Everybody wants unders in Alouette games, and everybody wants to bet unders when the Alouettes are on the road. This is an under 51 at -107. There's been just a 1 cent move to the under because nobody wants it. Nobody wants it when the Argos play. But the Alouettes just don't. They're a very complete package, but they just don't. I feel like they can't destroy the opposition. So let's roll here. Razor. Okay. The Alouettes coming off a 24-12 victory at Ottawa. So I was hoping, no, they're going to clinch the division easily. But they want to do it here. They want to do it in Toronto. I wish they didn't because, I need Toronto to win over 9.5 games, and they're 7-7. And it's okay if they don't win here. And I think the Argos are very dangerous here, and I'm interested in moving on them. Alouettes, Cody Fajardo was 16-27 for 226 yards. He also ran 7 times for 29 yards. No touchdowns, no interceptions. It's okay. But he has not thrown a touchdown pass in either of his last 2 games. Over his last 5 games in total, he's got 5 of them. They're just not that dynamic offense that we remember from last year. Charleston Rambo led receivers with 4 catches for 77 yards. The Argos coming off this heartbreaking loss, 33-31 at home to the Ticats. Chad Kelly, 17-26 for 255 yards, touchdown and a pick. Devaris Daniels caught 4 for 118 yards. And they let Bo Mitchell throw the ball all over the field against them. This defense is bad. They've allowed over 30 points per game over their last 4 games. But I just don't see the Alouettes beating them in that fashion. And I want the under. The concern is late scoring. And the first half under might be the better look. And that's sort of what I was dealing with when I was like, I'll just finish the capping and talk it out. I do think that the first half under is probably the better look. So it kind of makes me want to double up on it, in all honesty, but I've been trying so hard not to do that. But 16 mile per hour winds, Chad Kelly has got to utilize his running game. Carey's got to be moving. Kadeem's got to be a big part of the puzzle. And I want to bet an under that the Argonauts are playing in, which is a crazy thing to say out loud. But the Alouettes, they have cashed 6 of their last 7 road unders. And I've been on a lot of them. I was on it. I wasn't on the under last week, which I should have been, but I was on the Alouettes, which felt like sort of the same thing. So I've got to decide how to hammer this. Do I want to first half under and full game under? I'll tell you what, the first half under is now the bet for me. So that's how I think I hammer it. First half under, and then Alex team total under 22.5. I'd like to bet those here during the show, get my line and lock it in. Action Jackson says this line movement makes no sense against the Argos. I've got no movement at Pinnacle. And that tells me that the Argos are really live. We saw what the Argos did in BC. They're capable of playing their best game. At Bet Online, this is not moved. It's just been sitting at that +1.5 since it opened. So there we go. So it looks like 2 spots for sure for me. I am interested in the Tiger Cats, though. But I just don't want I don't want any team after a signature victory going up against a team that's coming off of a embarrassing loss. So I'm not going to take the Tiger Cats, and it's too many points to give them. So I'm going to stay off of that spot. And then the only thing I can do is find the spot live for the Rough Riders. So hopefully the Red Blacks get the ball and Masoli, rolls down the field and scores. First half unders 26.5 minus 108 at Penny. That's what I'm going to bet. Because, I don't want Chad Green needing to take risks. And if he does, who knows what the hell's going to happen, because he can put up points and he can, throw pick sixes. Yeah, it's just been sitting there, action, which tells me that Toronto is very live. And I'm the first person to bet Alouettes as much as possible all year long. All right, so that's the CFL here. I'd like to get to double-digit units up. That's the goal here. Slatsy, again, is on the Bombers minus 4.5. Bombers Elks under 49.5. Ticats lines over 52.5. Rough Riders minus 3. And Rocky Armstead over 70.5 rushing yards. I'm going to be on the Elks team total under 22.5. And the first half under 26.5. And Alouettes, Toronto Argonauts. And I hope to bet that during the show. There you go, the Canadian gridiron. Let's get to baseball. Felt good to sweep the board. I've still got a lot of work to do to get to the black, and this is not where I want to be on the season. But I love this time of year. I feel like plays really. The market is so tight right now. I think that helps the way we cap here with Jose and I. So I'm excited to cap this card. So let's welcome our co-host here on Betting with the Bag, the star of MLB programming here on Pub Sports Radio, coming to us from San Antonio, Texas, where we have a huge card show popping off at the Alamo Dome, a huge card show that we are a part of here. If you are looking for a table, email below. Huge card show and sneaker show, but collectibles, but a big card show there at the Alamo.
Yeah, it's definitely not in the Alamo Dome, but I like that you say that.
All right, I thought it was at the Alamo Dome. Where is it?
It's at 24/7 Church there. The address right below or above the time, whatever the hell that is. And of course,
I don't think your mic is on, my friend. I don't think your mic is on.
That's a great start to the program here. But yeah, there's the information right there.
Okay, sorry. I thought it was at the Alamo Dome, but it's the Alamo Card Show. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought Slaughter rented out the Alamo Dome. Why wouldn't he? He does big things.
That's true.
How are you, my friend?
I'm all right. I'm all right. I had 2-2 day yesterday. Was a little frustrating. Thank God I added the Marlins. But that game, oh my God, that was one of the more ridiculous games of the year. At one point, even the Marlins announcer thought the game was over at one hit, and I already forgot the guy's name, Dexter Hill. One of the greatest catches I've ever seen in my life, and a catch that no one will see, no one will hear about, but I will always remember because he kept the Marlins in the game, really amazing a ball and keeping us alive, and ended up winning the day for the Marlins. So it was quite a day yesterday, but still 2-2 is whatever. We've peaked over winning capper now, but now it's time to build a little bit because we need some breathing room, as they say.
I would like to find a way into the black.
You chopped into that deficit yesterday.
I did, and the futures chopped into it a little bit. So, and no more futures left. So I'm clean right now. Let's attack the board. Thank you guys so much for joining us here on Pub Sports Radio. Let's get to Big Fat Polly looking at Argos first half money line. Financially free and focused, not concerned about this line movement to the under in that Hamilton BC game. Go get that cash.
He's free and focused.
He is financially free. He must be financially free if he's going to take the Bombers on the money line. What is that? Bombers money line minus 225.
That's focused.
It's free. It's financially free.
Well, if he's doing it, Mills giving out minus 200 rushing props and shit, this is what, financially free and focused. That's what you can do.
Let's roll, my friend. We have afternoon baseball today at Wrigley Field in Chicago, Illinois. Do we think Nick Martinez will be pitching here?
Yeah, I think so. I think the books ended up listing him, yes. But I had a lot of question marks around the pitching today. But it does seem like Nick Martinez officially pitching for Los Reds.
Let's see if I've got it listed here at the books. Yes, Nick Martinez is listed. A tricky pitcher. He is a tricky pitcher. Let's get to work here. 71 Fahrenheit, 20.6 mile per hour winds coming in. 20.6, Jose. And it gets up to 23.2 by the end of the game.
Christ.
That's right. Tom Leach
well.
with the Marlins plus 380 during extra innings. I love to hear it.
Yeah, I guess I didn't look at this total. I now see what the total is, and it makes sense.
Slick Nick Martinez going up against Jameson Tyon. Let's get to the all-important cash flow information here and move this over to MLB. And I'm on a run right now in MLB that I'm not going to talk about.
It was funny to see and obviously hear that you had all your favorite pitchers yesterday and you do what you did yesterday. So that was not a surprise.
And also I left money on the table with my man Chris Flexen. Search without the Rets, and 84%. Oh, here, let's just go through the line history here in this one.
Shout out to Noli and the Dodgers, by the way. Fucking Dodgers rolled their ass.
Yeah, and I got my money in from the Padres first 5. I pushed the first 3, but it was so let's roll here. We have on the money line the Cubs minus 124. They opened up at minus 135. We've had an 11-cent move towards your Cincinnati Reds. Let's get to the total here in this one. We have the total now at 6. At 6. This opened up at 6.5. It dropped to 6, got back up to 6.5, and is at 6. It's minus 116 to the over. Extremely low total. 84% of the tickets and 87% of the cash are on the Cubs, but this line is moving towards the Cincinnati Reds. 94% of tickets and 93% of cash is on the over, and yet this dropped down to a 6 for a second. So let's roll. Nick Martinez, 10-6, 3.22 ERA, 1.05 WHIP. He has been really good this year, but they still don't really trust him. His last start, 8-3 win at home versus the Pirates, 6 innings, 2 hits, 9 Ks, 0 walks. On the road, he's been great all year. 5-2, 2.31 ERA, 48 strikeouts, and just 7 walks. He's walked 7 batters over 62 and a third, 179 opponent's batting average. Jameson Tyon's pitching beautifully right now. 11-8, 3.41 ERA, 1.14 WHIP, 158 in the third, 123 Ks, 31 walks, 21 homers. His last start, he didn't allow a run either in a 3-1 win at home versus Nationals. So he has, consecutive home starts. At home, he's been excellent all year. 7-4, 2.37 ERA, 228 opponent's batting average. The Cubs are hitting 247, 694 OPS versus righties. Sorry, the Reds are hitting 247, 694 OPS versus righties, while the Cubs are 272, 799 OPS versus righties. And both bullpens are questionable. Reds bullpen 4.83 ERA, Cubs bullpen 4.29 ERA. So, I mean, why wouldn't this? I mean, okay, so the move to the Reds, let's try to explain it just from an X's and O's factor, is the Reds are better at manufacturing runs because of the speed, of Ellie De La Cruz and others than the
think
Cubs.
recent form as well, Nick Martinez has been a better pitcher than Tyon.
Tyon's been great.
Last 4 starts, Nick Martinez, just 1 earned run, or last 3 starts, he's been phenomenal. Yeah. I mean, I think the obvious play here is the under. I just have to figure out whether I want a first 5 or full game.
Well,
I think the wind's howling in. There's a shitload of money on the over. 2 pitchers that have pitched really well. It's super low for a reason. I mean, I just screams 2 teams that don't have shit to play for. I just screams under.
It screams under, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you're not getting a discount, obviously. Like under 3.5 for me is minus 125. Under 6.5 is minus 125. I think I'm going to take first 5. And again, I've been telling myself not to fucking take first 5s. I just don't trust this bullpen. But the wind again, howling in. Two pitchers that I generally trust against two lineups that don't really give a fuck. It just screams under.
It screams under, yeah.
And now my shit's off the board for whatever reason. So I don't know. This should be interesting. I was just putting in the bet and they took it off. So that's interesting. But I don't know. Maybe it might just be me. But screams under. Screams under again. I don't know how this could be an over game, but I'll be interested to see how it goes.
What do the bullpens look like?
So I don't believe these teams played yesterday, did they? Yeah, Reds didn't play yesterday, so they're good. And Los Cubs didn't play yesterday, so they're good too.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. Nerfies minus 190, says Jake Burns. I don't know. Then I'm not sure. But Troy's been running real nice in MLB. Philly Eagle Flyers tied after the second inning in this one at plus 136. He's got the Tigers plus 148. These are all tied after second. Nats plus 172. Guardians plus 172. Braves plus 152. He does a great job with these.
Yeah, Philly Eagle Flyer, real quick. I would love to know. The tied after 2 here is plus 136. You're saying on this game? That seems. I'm saying Philly Eagle Flyer. That seems crazy to me. If the Nerfy is minus 190, you're just basically doubling up on Nerfies here. This is one of those games, and shout out to the people that can live in legal states. You just keep betting, no run in that inning, and just keep rolling it over, and it's one of those fun games like that.
Huh. So what am I getting on the? I'm interested to see what I'm getting here on the first 5 because I would prefer to send it in. I mean, I can put it in a Pinnacle, but I'd prefer to send it in. The under 3.5 minus 150 here. What did you say you were getting at?
Minus 125 I was getting at, and that's why I was maybe why this shit's off my books now.
Yeah, that's long gone. Let's see what Pinnacle is doing here with it. It's off the board at Pinnacle. Oh no, it's right there. Sorry, my bad. The full game under 6.5 minus 115, and under 3.5 minus 124.
Bet Online has minus 130, and that's probably what I'm gonna have to use right now.
I'm gonna have to do this under 3.5 minus 124. Top MF in here got it minus 130.
I've considered doubling up here too, because at least the bullpens, again, if we're getting 2 bad bullpens, give me 2 bad bullpens that are at least a day rested with all their pieces ready to go as well.
No, I think that we have to take advantage of this. I think we have to.
By the way, and Sharpie mentioned here as well, last year, Craig Counsell, when the Brewers were out of this playoffs, no starters went more than 4 innings. So that's very interesting.
Yeah. And that could easily happen here. But, as you said, completely fresh bullpen. The Cubs bullpen's being much better than the Reds bullpen here. Financially free. We're going to be all about fading Oakland after we all cashed with them last game.
No, that's gonna break my heart. I was sitting there just quietly, just tears down my face, watching the scenes, and now today everyone fading. Oh fuck, man, cold blooded.
Of course, yeah, Loopy, spring training hat from last season. Spring training hat from last season. It's pretty nice. What is that? It's pretty nice.
Oh man. By the way, I saw. I didn't watch the whole thing. It was like an 8-minute video, but I saw the last out of the Expos, and it was very depressing. That one was much less happy and joyous compared to the Oakland game. Getting your ass stomped out 9-1 was not the way to go for the Expos. Did not know Frank Robinson was the coach though.
Oh, I have uncomfortable news. By the way, my pops has doubled down on.
Oh no.
We can worry about that later.
What's his unit size? What's he betting? 250? Like he's gonna
200. So now it's 4.
He's coming for your neck, Jimmy. He's coming for your fucking neck.
I don't know.
What line? So did you get 7.5 and 7?
Yeah.
Fuck. You are fucked.
Well, I can fix. I have options. I have options here. I don't need to I can send it in. I don't put Ken Davies.
You can't send it in. You can't send it in.
Okay, let's go back to this. I want to move on. Oh, and Action Jackson telling him he's running real hot. There's Mikey D in the house. Bunk Hoots ready to get to work. Okay, Loopy, it's great to have you, man. No, it's all good, man. Okay, I want to get in on these unders here. I don't think he does, Kong. If you know anything about my dad, he's not watching. He doesn't care.
Yeah, no, that's the same thing with my parents. Obviously, never watched one of my shows. What the fuck do they care?
Okay,
I get that.
I want in on these unders. I think this is just every fly ball is going to die in the air. You have two pitchers pitching at a high level. You have two fresh bullpens. You know,
I will probably end up doubling up here. I just am sitting here just gonna refresh the fuck out of my my site right now that I'm using my local this week because I'm on his ass this week. I'm destroying him. So I would like to use credit to make this bet, but we'll see if I have to use Bet Online.
Okay, so we're moving on unders here in Cubbies Reds first 5 and full game. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board, but I would like to get my action in. Do you mind setting this one up?
Sure. Let's find out who's pitching for the Detroit Tigers today, everyone. Because no pitcher listed, for me at least. You guys, again, let me know in the chat. I don't typically trust RotoWire, but they have Casey Mize expected, so we'll see. Wouldn't be too big a surprise.
Casey Mize can't pitch. He pitched yesterday.
Okay, so that's why we don't trust RotoWire there. I don't know who's going to pitch today.
I saw that Casey Mize was listed too, but he pitched 2 innings yesterday.
So yeah, I don't know what to expect, but here's the most important thing that people need to know. If the Tigers win this game, they're officially in. Their magic number's 1, especially the Twins, again, coughing that a game up in just a variety of different ways, and we'll talk about the Twins later. But Tigers need to win this game. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they just said, fuck it, we'll bullpen it. Their bullpen has been pretty solid throughout the whole, this run. And sneakily, maybe they throw Jackson Jobe, number 1 prospect in their system, pitching prospect. He threw 9 pitches on Wednesday. It was very easy. I watched every pitch, and he just came in. It was the 9th inning of a blowout, got his feet wet. And Jimmy, by the way, I even said he looked like a little baby. When I'm saying you look like a baby, that's really something. But, I think it was like, ground ball out, hit, double play, got him out, easy shit. So maybe it's Jackson Jobe here, but my fingers are crossed, and I am hoping we can get the Tigers at a bettable line here. Because I want to bet the Tigers. Again, primary reason why I want to bet Tigers, they need to win to get in. I think they'll do it. They'll celebrate tonight. We'll fade them the next day. And Garrett Crochet on the White Sox after sweeping the Angels, feeling good about themselves. Now they're going to go to Detroit and lose their 121st game. Hopefully, again, this is a bettable line because Crochet is on the bump. We've seen him get baby throughout the whole year, or throughout the whole second half, I should say. So I think we'll see more of that, and the Tigers come through here. Quickly, Tigers against lefties in the month of September. We are looking at a Tigers team that is 23rd, 63 weighted runs created plus, and 283 plate appearances there. There is markets in this game, according to Action. Only 3,000 bets in, but 91% of the bets, 92% of the money on the Tigers. So we'll see what they're going to show here.
What's the bullpen freshness?
For each team, I will tell you, Tigers only had Bo Brisky throw 23 pitches yesterday, and Jason Foley threw 12. Everyone else that aren't those guys threw on Wednesday, but everyone else should be available after a day's rest. I even think that Jason Foley will be available again. Jackson Jobe, I know they're babying him, but I think he'll be available here as well. And for Los White Sox here, Gyro Iradia. I don't know how to say her name, obviously. 33 pitches, and Gus Varlin, maybe Louis' brother, 10 pitches yesterday. So they are generally ready to go as well. But we're seeing, it's funny that the White Sox bullpen is just, Jared Schuster, Mike Soroka, probably their best arms there, and Braves castoffs. So I like I said, I want to bet the Tigers here, but bookmaker apparently is putting up a line at this game already, and it's at minus 185. So do I really want to bet the Tigers in that situation? No. So it's tough. It's tough. So no action for me thus far. Again, I haven't looked at the chat here, so I want to know what you guys think. And if you guys have any ideas who the Tigers pitching might be, because, yeah, Mize threw yesterday, so I don't know who to expect here.
Okay. Let's get this finished here.
You almost in there, Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm in. Okay.
Happy day.
We doubled up on the under in game 1. Yeah, we need some more information clearly on this spot. But I was just certain that it wasn't going to be Casey Mize. Wendy Espinoza says Tigers win tomorrow. Holton.
By the way, I got my lines up. Sorry to interrupt. 6.5 full game, minus 110, which is kind of crazy. It was just minus 120 something, and 3.5 minus 125.
Yeah, those are good numbers. I'd be comfortable. They're better numbers than I just got. Okay, so we are locked and loaded there for the first one. Just to finish up a little bit, your expectation of Crochet against a Tigers team that's hitting 193, 565 OPS versus lefties in September. I mean, and this is his last start of the season. I mean, he could have a good start.
Yeah, I think he goes 4 good innings. Probably four strong innings. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, JPZ, but Casey Mize pitched 2 innings yesterday. In the 4-3 game, right? Let me just pull it up. Here, I believe he pitched. Here we go. Yeah, he pitched 2 innings yesterday. There's just, he could open, right? Maybe he's an opener for an inning, but I just don't see how he could do anything more.
Yeah,
than that.
I think that's just RotoWire being wrong.
So then, I guess the expectation would be, I guess the expectation for this one, would be an under. I guess Casey Mize is listed in the books. Maybe he's pitching the first inning. So then who is the primary? That's what would need to be figured out. And Bo Brisky pitched yesterday. He would be the first idea. So it probably is Holton.
I would think, I honestly would, if I was betting on who just started this game, I would bet on Holton rather than Mize going back to back. And I don't think he's ever done that before.
It's 73 Fahrenheit, feels like 66. It's also 17 miles per hour, but left to right across the diamond. Stays between 15.2 and 17 miles per hour. Yeah, I think this is an under. I just want more information.
Yeah, like if I would like a first 5 under, then, because I think the White Sox bullpen could come in and.
But they've been excellent. 3.54 ERA over September, the month of September. They've been fine. I mean, they are the top 12 ERA in September.
Unfortunately, I'll still stay away from them because we know who they really are. We know who they really are. And sometimes, even with bad numbers, the Royals can come stick it up your ass and hit a good lefty and fuck us up.
Okay, well,
shout out to Pat Corbin.
And the Tigers bullpen's been excellent. 2.26 ERA through September. So I want the under here, but I do want to wait for a little bit more information. So why don't we?
By the way, did Patrick Corbin getting a standing ovation, did that warm your heart?
No, not at all. I just I couldn't believe the ignorance of those fans.
Thank you, Pat. Yeah.
How could they possibly have done that? How could they possibly done that?
He's gonna come back now. He's like, you know what? They want me to take more money from them.
BJ says we just had that hurricane bad weather in Atlanta right now. Stay off the Braves game till tomorrow when it dries up. From our guy BJ in Hotlanta. Let's roll on here. Next up for us, 6:45 p.m. Eastern, we have the Philadelphia Phillies 94-65, 40-38 on the road. The Washington Nationals, 69-90, 36-42 at home at Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. We'll start with the weather here. 75 Fahrenheit, 13, just so windy everywhere, because of the storm. 13.4 miles per hour, right to left and slightly in, right to left and slightly in. Let's get over to the line history then for this one and the cash flow. So line history wise, we have this total at an 8. It's minus 115 to the over. This did get up to 8.5 at 8:19 a.m. Didn't stay there for, actually did. It stayed, what am I saying? It stayed there for over 2 hours, but it's back to an 8. So we've had 2 cents of movement to the over. 2 cents of movement to the over. On the money line here, we have Suarez at minus 183, opened up at minus 171. So a 12-cent move towards the Philadelphia Phillies. And this move, it didn't happen too quickly, but it happened consistently. The minus 171 line that it opened at was the lowest number. I think that's, an important note. So it's not just the public coming in the morning or anything like that. So then let's grab the cash flow as well. This is 70% of the tickets and 67% of the cash on the over. And on the money line, 87% of the tickets and 89% of the cash on Philadelphia. And, we see 87% of the cash. And we saw it last night with lines not moving towards the teams. But here it is moving. Suarez, 12-7, 3.15 ERA, 1.16 whip. His last start, 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs. There were solo shots, 4 Ks, 3 walks, and a 6-3 loss at the Mets. On the road, he's been very good all year. 7-5, 2.83 ERA, 81 strikeouts over 82 2/3. Just 7 home runs allowed on the road. Now, that was 0 for a long part of the year. So the second half of the year is when those homers have happened to him. 216 opponents batting average. Trevor Williams came back. He missed 4 months with a right flexor strain. Excuse me. So he came back. It was his first start since May 30th. And he looked very good. He's looked very good all year. I find it impossible to believe. I've watched Trevor Williams throughout his career. And these numbers are, dynamic. 5-1, 2.19 ERA, 1.04 whip, 3 home runs allowed over 61 2/3. That's not who he is. And that first start since May 30th, his last one out, 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run. It was a solo shot, 7 strikeouts, no walks, and 3-1 loss to the Cubs. The Phillies are hitting as always, as they have all year. 261, 789 OPS versus righties in September. And the Nats are not hitting lefties with any power. 235, 627 OPS. Phillies bullpen's being great in September, and Nats bullpen's falling apart. 5.18 ERA. Take it away, Jose. Suarez, Williams, Phillies, Nats.
Heavily leaning to the under here again. What are the Phillies playing for? They've got everything clinched up, basically. Nats don't have their best player in their lineup. Offense isn't really good to begin with. And Trevor Williams pitching with the biggest motivation as there is. Show everyone I'm still healthy. I could still pitch, and does someone sign me next year? So I leaned heavily to the under. I just didn't get their market. Didn't really push me in that direction, really. But I expect unders in this game, like 4-0 Phillies final score. Nationals have been horrible offensively. And I think Ranger Suarez is just a tune-up for game 3 of the postseason for him.
This market moving towards him, it's just like the Nats have given up.
Yeah, I think the Nats just it's just a bunch of young guys, and they they send down their best player. That kind of probably ruins the vibes in the clubhouse a little bit. So, I just don't think I don't think that the Nationals have any motivation to go out there and hit. And I think Trevor Williams again pitches well.
So do I. But the fact that this went from 8 to 8.5. No, we didn't, BJ. That's with the wine time near the end. It says markets move on that game. Yeah, that's near the end of our show. Why would this have gone up to 8.5, even for a cup of coffee? It makes no sense at all, and that's good. That's going to take me right out off of it now. And I know that the market came back, but I don't see who would look at these two pitchers and these anemic offenses and think, "Oh, this game's going to soar over."
Yeah, I agree. And by the way, someone just mentioned in the chat, I forgot who it is, Coin, I believe, saying the market's moving to the over now in our other game as well. So that's a little worrisome. But like I said, I got minus 110. It opened up at minus 120 for our other game.
Yeah, that is worrisome. Oh my God, yeah, there's just a huge move. God, I should have just waited a little bit.
Heritage is showing a 6.
God, just a huge move. Oh, that's frustrating.
So yeah, if you guys want to ride that movement, you just go to Heritage and bet an over 6 right now.
Oh, that sucks. All I had to do, if I literally had waited 5 more minutes. Stupid. Shout out to our friend Nutflush Allen. It's his daughter Skylar's birthday tomorrow. She made the varsity soccer team. Only 2 sophomores made it. All our love to Skylar. 15. She's turning 15. So fun. And she's she's a student that's excelling right now. She's all our love to Skylar. Hope you have a great birthday tomorrow. And we need a birthday pick for Skylar too. So Crystal, Craig, and Skylar birthday picks. I'm still just, I hate that feeling. It's one of the worst feelings in capping is you make a move on a bet and literally minutes later the line moves heavily against you. And it's not that it's moved against you. It's that, at least you could have made that decision. Oh, look at this line now. I'd like to get in,
Yeah, no, agreed. And yes, Bo Jackson, by the way, the Phillies are still my World Series team. I still think it's going to be Yankees Phillies, unfortunately.
All right, I'm not going to get involved in this Phillies Nats game. I don't understand why it would have gone up to 8.5 in the first place. I feel like this should go from 8 to 7.5, and simple.
In an ideal world for us, yeah.
Okay, so let's skip it. Excuse me. Let's move on. 7:05 p.m. Eastern with the Pittsburgh Pirates 74-85, 35-43 on the road at the New York Yankees 93-66, 43-35 at home. Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. It'll never change. A line moves against me and I just start sweating. It's just instantly, the waterworks come uncanny. All right, let's get into this one here. Pirates Yankees. The shine is a little off, Jared Jones. 70 Fahrenheit, 4.5 miles per hour in, dies down to 3.6 miles per hour. Johnny K says best bet Yankees. Best bet Yankees. Let's copy and paste it. Bo Jackson liking the Cubbies, by the way, in this game today. Best bet Yankees. I have all of the MLB best bets here at the top of the card. I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything for these big games here. Let's make sure. Oh, and here we go. Thank God. Okay, good. So Sharpie's on the Yankees first 5 team total under in this one. So he believes Jared Jones is going to pitch well here. And I agree. This is the last start of the year for Jared Jones. It's going to be in his head, all off season. He's coming off getting lit up and smoked at the Reds. He has not been pitching very well. He's been bad on the road. On the road this year, he's 2-5 with a 5.96 ERA, 250 opponents batting average. He's allowed 10 home runs over 48 in the third. The problem is Carlos Rodon is pitching very well right now. I don't see why that would stop. He just finished no earned runs over 6 innings at the A's. At home, he's got a 3.09 ERA. He's 9-2 with a 202 opponents batting average. The Pirates aren't hitting lefties. 214, 686 OPS. Yankees versus righties, 241, 706 OPS. And Alondo says, I bet on Judge to get a home run past 4 games being on fire. I love it. And Coin says, Yankees just clinched. Why would starters play tonight? Yeah, well...
yeah, Jimmy, you know where I'm at. They popped bottles last night. They clinched the division. Popped bottles, enjoyed themselves. A lot of young players on that team. Jazz Chisholm, saw his pop in the bottle. I'm on the Pirates. Full game. Money line. I love that Jared Jones' last start is today. I love that he got smoked in his last start. His last few starts have not been good, but he's playing in Yankee Stadium. This is last start of the season in Yankee Stadium against a hungover Yankees team. Give me the Pirates. I'll take my chances here.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. This total's dropped to 7.5 from the 8. I kind of worry that the second half of the game might get a little sloppy. I think I'd prefer this first 5 under 4.5, 8-cent move to that. And then when we get to the money line here, let's take a look and see if the market moving in the Pirates direction. It's not the case. It's just stood there. Oh, Johnny K, why is the Yankees your best bet? Oh, because Pirates are 1-10 in New York. Okay. So the clinching doesn't concern you? I'd love to hear if that concerns you at all. Robert Franklin on Pirates first 5 money line. And Nutflush Island says no money line. You know what to take with the road team. And Rodney M says they're still playing for a top spot.
I mean, I still think they popped bottles I know they popped bottles last night, and I know they celebrated clinching the division last night. So I'm good with that either way. The top 2 teams get a bye, so they're pretty much locked into a bye spot. So either way. Now here's the thing. I do expect Judge to play today. I'd be a little more surprised if Soto played, but I fully expect Judge today. Why is Judge going to play today? Well, he's the captain, so I'm sure that he's going to feel that responsibility to play every game, even if he's hungover, show that, leadership thing. And if he does play today, I will respect him a little more. But I expect him to play today, yeah. So. By the way,
yes.
Funny enough, I just looked at my phone, message on my phone. We have taint in this very, very game.
What is
Pirates
taint?
first 5 plus a half. Pirates first 5 plus a half plus 110. He just put mine at 110, or I might have not just seen it there. But Pirates first 5 plus a half for me is even money. So I like that look.
Yeah, I get that look. Sharpie says the Reds was a bad matchup. We have a team who just celebrated a division win last night versus a kid who wants to go out on a good note. Metrics add up for him to pitch well with the bad zone contact.
I'm going to join Matty Ice and Taint. I've got it at even money, first 5 plus a half. So a little double up here, 2 double ups for me today, and I don't like doubling up, but here we are.
Huh. Yeah, I don't want to mess this up. There's money to be made, without a doubt.
That's my issue every time in these games. And by the way, these are 3-1 now, I believe. Fading the team after clinching. The only team that's won was the Guardians against the Cardinals. But we have 2 today, and I think by far the 2 today are the 2 best teams on paper against 2 bad teams. So these are going to be a little more scary than the other ones. I'll admit that.
Okay, well, I want the first 5 under 4.5. I want to make sure that I get it. I don't want to, because I think this will go away. I think this is going to go away soon. I think it's going to go away any minute.
By the way, Pittsburgh against lefty, 90 weighted runs created plus. Still 13th. Still 13th, so not bad.
Yeah, 214, 686 OPS in September. Okay, so I think that's all I do is the first 5 under 4.5.
Yeah, and my concern, I think the starters on these clinch days, they're off doing whatever.
Yeah.
Like Yusei Kikuchi when the Astros clinched, they FaceTime Kikuchi, and he was in bed because he knows he's starting the next day. And Rodon probably wasn't even in the clubhouse when they were celebrating. But the more important thing is all the hitters and all the relievers, especially the relievers. The relievers are the ones that I think will be the ones giving up this game here. I like Sharpie's first 5 team total under with the Yankees. I like it a lot. I looked at my full game was 4.5 minus 135. And my local doesn't offer first 5. So I looked at it. I considered that as well. Just if I was going to take a team total under, it's absolutely first 5. because like I said, when I take those, if I want to take a full game team total, that's a full game 36 out bet. Like it's scary shit. So, but I like that bet, Sharpie.
Okay. I'm that's all I'm gonna do is take the first 5 under 4.5. I'm not gonna add anything else. I get the Pirates. I certainly get the Pirates look, but Rodon's pitching really well right now. So then I would need Jared Jones to pitch very well. Like I don't want the Yankees to be up 2-1 or 1-0 and have to lose that bet. I get it though. I completely get it. And he's not moving on the first 5 under. So if it's just one bet, like I understand using it, but I'm just going to take that first 5 under 4.5, and I'm going to lock it in now. I think this is moving quickly. I think this will be a 4 by the end of the show. So do you mind setting up Marlins Blue Jays?
Of course, Marlins Blue Jays here. And we do have a special guest, so I'll bring him on as you bet this. Host of the tailgate coming on this weekend. By the way, again, maybe perhaps a little different tailgate this weekend. Little radio show call-in edition of the tailgate this weekend. So that'll be a whole lot of fun. And a huge football game this Saturday. Georgia, Alabama. He'll be hosting the live stream. The one and only Mr. Cadabra, Daby Cab, joining the program. Hello, Daby. How's it going?
Good, man. Good. I'm not sure, but today might be the difference on whether or not it's a positive season for me on betting with the bet. I only know what my actual year record is. I don't know my record here, but I think today's going to be the difference on it, whether it's a positive season or not on the show, Jimmy.
Well, you mean positive regular season? Because
right.
Yeah, so
I
that's
divide the two. I don't know why. I just always have.
No, but that's important, and I'm sorry that I don't have it up. I'm only a week and a half behind, but
it's no worries.
It's not. But
I'm only almost 2 weeks.
Fuck you, Jose.
That sucks. That's a lot of records to update.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Let's roll. Why don't you set this up? I want to hear what Daby's doing.
All right. Well, by the way, Sharpie sent the picture. Rodon apparently drunk as fuck last night, so even better.
Yeah, Kikuchi's come out and said that he like sleeps for like 11 hours a day. You know that, right, Jose?
Well, he's Japanese people and their routines. We know that with Mr. Otani as well. But I'm glad. Hey, good. And Jimmy, I'll text you the picture right now. He was in the celebrations. Was the point of that? He's got the goggles. He's in the team picture.
Okay, well, I haven't bet it yet.
So I just sent you the picture, so we'll see. I'm still on the Pirates. First 5, full game. But Toronto Blue Jays here. I'm very interested to hear what you have to say. I have a feeling I know where you're going here. Cabby, we've got a -192 Blue Jays team. Jose Barrios, 26 decisions this year. Holy shit. Feels like a lot. But, I don't want to bet back a Marlins team coming off of a very long extra inning game where they used a shitload of pitchers. And God bless Skip Schumacher. God bless him. Because one, he managed that game like it was game 7 of the World fucking Series last night. 5 infielders at one point. Got the out, put his 5th infielder back in the outfield. That infielder got a fly ball in his next play as well. Skip Schumacher, good manager. I just have my doubts on them today. Ron Crawford, spreadsheet dog play of the day. Marlins here, I believe, right, Jimmy? I don't know, Ron. I don't know if this is the spreadsheet dog play or if this is just one of them here. But no, it's Kansas City. Excuse me, is the spreadsheet dog play. But this one is on his spreadsheet that he likes. The Marlins here. Quickly to talk about their bullpen woes here, and we'll talk about the Twins bullpen woes here in a second as well. I'm very excited about that one. Jesus Tinoco, Bender, Michael Peterson, who was particularly garbage, Anthony Maldonado, and Anthony Vincienzo, all through yesterday, and I don't think any of them besides Vincienzo will be available. Lake Bacher actually threw 8 pitches as well. He'll be available as well. That leaves us with Xavier Curry, and is the only other guy that has not thrown in quite a while. So we'll probably see him. He was okay with the Guardians, but I don't love our chances there. Barrios has pitched well. Sharpie is the Barrios whisperer, so shout out to you, Sharpie. I'll be interested to hear your takes on him.
Hey, fellas, I'm having a problem getting this action in. I'm gonna figure this out.
We'll be fine, man. Jose is really good.
I need this action in.
So. Okay, good luck.
We're good.
Good luck.
I'm pretty sure Jose's only halfway through all the words he's saying, anyways.
Exactly. I haven't even gotten to the market yet, Cab. So you just sit tight. Sit tight. 6 innings, 1 earned run in his last basically 3 appearances. 4 appearances, really, has been dominant. His 4th one in that bunch was 6 innings shutout. 7 innings, 1 earned run. 6 innings, 1 earned run. Just really, really solid. Barrios has been 89% of the money, 92% of the bets. I should say that backwards, actually. On the Blue Jays here, we've gone from a minus 170 to now minus 205 here at Bet Online. So I could easily see the cows mooing on this one for our guy, Troy Torrance. Totals wise, 82% of the bets, 81% of the money on the over. And we have a total at 8.5 going down, or open at 8.5. It is now an 8 here, Daby Cab. Please regale us with your bet. It's a very important bet for you. I wish you luck. I would like for you also to be a winning capper this regular season as well. What do you have for us?
I'm dead ass pretty sure that like this one, like just one unit, one way or the other might be I don't know. Like I said, I don't have my record for this show, but I'm dead ass. I think one unit, and it's dumb because that's not where I want to be. But honestly, on Mondays, on several Tuesdays, like I've had some really good days this year. So on the season, I'm up units, but I still want to be positive on this show for you guys out there in the chat, and for Jimmy. And I want to see if, we can do it in college basketball. Then we do it in MLB. I'm up right now in college football. I'm up in NFL. We're going to try and do it across the board here. You already know where I'm going to go here. I wouldn't trust anybody else right here than Vladdy Jr. You look at his last 10 games, he's hitting 390, 16 hits, 2 home runs, 6 RBIs, 6 runs scored. And like I said, that's just his last 10 games with that 390 batting average. Adam Oller is one of those guys. He's thrown like 131, 132 innings, given up 146 hits. His whip's around a 1.5 always. He just gives up hits. And listen, people talk about pitching around hitters, right? When you have a pitcher it works both ways, right? Like a pitcher that is trying to throw strikes and throws balls, that same pitcher, when they try and throw balls, sometimes throws strikes. I'm not even kidding. That's facts. Like I work with pitchers, and if you've got somebody that struggles with the strike zone and, you try and throw a high fastball, that shit ends up in the middle of the zone. Or you try and throw a low slider, somehow it's like right on the corner on the inside part of the plate, the exact wrong location. And Adam Oller's that guy. Like even if he tries to pitch around Vladdy here, I think he's going to fuck up and give him at least something in the strike zone. And that's all he needs. Last home series, he wants to finish with his batting average high as possible. I said that, if you've been paying attention. So we're sitting at a 390 last 10 games. He's going to keep it rolling.
All right, so what's the move officially?
Vladdy over 1.5 total bases minus 123. You could also parlay it with the Blue Jays to win if you trust in them. Or take Sharpie with Barrios to record a win.
Daby Cab, I want you to write this day down in history. I am on Vladimir Guerrero over 1.5 bases with you officially.
It's a good bet. So
me
good
and you will ride together here. Vlad Guerrero. And everyone knows I do not bet props very often, but I know how much this one means to you. And I'm getting minus 130 on it, so it must be a good bet for you here. So I cannot wait. I'm very excited about this game now. I didn't think I was going to watch this game, but now I'm going to be tapped into the Vlad at bats and hopefully just an easy double to start the day, and we will cash out. Daby, thank you for your action here. I am now on that action. Jimmy is still putting in his bets, so no rush there. Please let us know what you have in store for the tailgate this week. Saturday morning, it's going to be a whole lot of fun.
I don't know how else to say it. We bring just tons of action for people who like knowing what people are betting. We don't fuck around. We just bring people up and they give you your best bet and then we move on. Next person gives you the best bet that they're betting on and we move on. Then at the end, we let you guys ask any questions, talk about any games you want to. And like Jose said this week, I want you guys in the chat to come on. So somebody in the chat put a 1 if you'd be willing to come on and give out a best bet, because we want to find maybe 2, 3 tops, and we're going to start doing this every week. I want to see you guys in the chat. It's time to get you guys involved. So drop a 1 if anybody, BJ, AOD, whoever it is, if you're willing to come on and give us the best bet, we want to see it. We already know about you, Kongs. Kongs given us about 75 plus units worth of best bets so far. So shout out to our guy Kongs. And obviously you will see Kongs on Saturday. He's just absolutely killing it.
Yeah, he's dominating. Gave us a casual winner. Look at little Skunt Blaster wants to join the program. Would love to have Skunt in the program. Ron Crawford live on screen. We'd love to have Ronnie Crawford as well. That'd be a whole lot of fun to have you guys on screen here. And that's just, little appetizer.
Perfect.
You get that taste on your lips. You get a little college football on your lips, and then the main course that night, Alabama, Georgia. Cabby, I think you were on you were on Peter Loshak's show earlier today, and you said you didn't have a bet for this game yet. Did you have one now? How are you feeling about that?
I didn't have a bet. You guys must not listen. Go watch the cutout on Pub Sports Radio. Maybe I could tell you my bet, but 1, I posted it. 2, we have a cutout, and I need to get some views on it, so go watch the cutout. I did bet it. At the end of the show, I said, hey, Jose, you know what? Go ahead and make this official. So I'm glad you weren't listening.
He didn't say, hey, Jose. He said, hey, Pete.
Yeah, I did say, hey, Pete. You're right.
Yes. But, yes, no, go watch the cutout. It's going to be,
I'm on the Dogs, baby. Go Dogs. Go watch the cutout anyways.
All right. I am I'm locked in. I am only on the tank.
Okay.
Just tank for me. Just tank for breakfast, lunch, dinner.
I was ridiculed the other day for saying that I eat taint, and you have it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner now, I'm hearing?
Hey, man's got to do what man's got to do. All right, so the Rodon picture scared me. So I'm not on the first 5 under 4.5. I'm only on the first 5 plus a half for the Pirates. Okay. And I don't want anything to do with the Blue Jays at this price, regardless of how great Berrios has looked at home. I expect Aller to be able to pitch fine here. Berrios at home, 10-2, 2.69 ERA, 210 opponents batting average. He's been amazing, but the Marlins are hitting, and I've already been burnt this year backing Berrios as a big favorite, or backing the Jays as a big favorite. But this move to the Jays is enormous, from -180 to -214. I guess they're saying that Berrios just shoves.
Yeah, you got units to make up too. So go ahead and put Vladdy over 1.5 bases plus the Blue Jays to win and get some plus money. We got this.
Jimmy, I'm on officially. I don't know if you heard. I'm on Vladdy with Cab over 1.5 bases -130.
Let's do it, Jimmy. Come on. Let's just
Well,
all do it.
what did Daby get it at?
-123.
-123, and Jose in 2. I get why this is moving towards the under. Let's just take one look at the under, and then we'll bounce. 73% of tickets and 82% of the cash, and this is moving from 8.5 to 8. The problem is the offenses are kind of hitting here,
and the bullpen for the Marlins is fucked. They used everyone yesterday. Like I said, Skip Schumacher managed that like it was Game 7 of the World Series, and God bless him for it.
Yeah. That's why the Jays are so alive. So I get the look Jays plus the Vladdy spot, and then the Jays bullpen is just so untrustworthy.
I'm just on Vladdy though, just so you know.
Yeah, I'm just on Vladdy as well. I don't want to mess with the Jays.
Okay,
no respect.
Sorry,
a little discombobulated getting the action in. And what's your next game, Daby?
While you guys are capping, I might join you on San Diego Diamondbacks. Also, I want to look at some stuff, but I'm going to join you guys on Rangers Angels. Okay. All right. Nice work. So Vladdy Guerrero props from the boys here. And let's roll on, Jose. We'll get Daby Cab back for the Angels game, but pop in the private chat if you want to jump into any other game. Sharpie says Berrios goes 7-9 today. I don't see how the Marlins aren't just exhausted.
Long game. Flight after. Very nice win. You get to play spoiler. And everyone in their bullpen used up. Let's go, Vladdy.
But I mean, you want to take the Jays on the run line -105? I mean, I can tell you one. Fernando Mendoza popping a 1 off. I love it. I love it. Kelly Rhoda, get in touch with us, man. We want you guys on. Okay.
Yep. DM me or Daby Cab, and we can coordinate on Saturday.
Let's roll on. Next up for us, 7:10 p.m. Eastern, the Houston Astros, 86-73, 40-38 on the road. The Cleveland Guardians, 92-67, 50-28 at Homer Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Let's get into the weather here in Cleveland, Ohio. Raymond, sorry, I got you here. Taint was the Pirates first 5 plus a half, and Jose and I are both on it. I did get off that first 5 under 4.5 with a little concern about the party. It's good getting that pitcher in. So this game's going to be rained out. Is that the belief?
Yes. It seems like this game's gonna get rained out. I think I saw it in red. This game, the Nationals game as well. So, by the way, I don't know if you saw App State Liberty also rained out, canceled, not going to be made up. So,
wow.
I'll let you. Yeah.
I guess App State wants as many games canceled as possible. Let's go to this one: Ronel Blanco versus Joey Cantillo. Let's just do the due diligence and we'll move past it. We don't need to spend too much time. First off, Cantillo looks good, better than he looks good. Any pitcher the Guardians bring up, is quality. His last start, a 3-2 extra inning win at home versus the Twins. It was a huge game. He went 4 1/3, allowed 1 earned run, 6 Ks, 3 walks. But the Astros are destroying lefties, 323, 873 OPS. The issue is, this game won't go. The Guardians' bullpen ERA in September is 1.26. 1.26. That's how spectacular they're doing. Ronel Blanco coming off 10-4 win at home versus the Angels. He's been great on the road all year. 6-2, 2.52 ERA, 202 opponents batting average, 70 Ks and 28 walks. So this game is supposed to rain. So we'll just take a quick look at the line history and then just move past it. On the total here, we have a 7.5 -115 to the over. This is dropped from 8. And then on the money line, we have this sitting at a -117 for the Guardians. Opened up at -119. I don't imagine there's too many tickets in on this one. 4,139. 78% of the tickets, 71% of cash on the over. And 25% of the tickets, 60% of cash on the Astros. Anything you want to touch on here, or do we just move past?
I leaned Astros, but we can move on. Joey Cantillo is pitching for, postseason spot. Ronel Blanco pitching for a rotation spot, but I did want to bet it.
Let's just take one look at this Cleveland weather report here. Beautiful weather until showers. This game could go. It's not like full rain. The precipitation doesn't go over 50%. This game's gonna go. The rain is 5 p.m., 6 p.m. It's a shower or two. It's a brief shower or two. So let's cap this game. Let's fully cap this game here because I bet you this goes. And I don't think either of these teams want to play on, that final, the additional day. What is that? The Tuesday or the Monday?
Yeah, I don't know if they're just run a doubleheader tomorrow.
But they don't want to do that either, I'm sure. I'm sure they want to get this game in, and I don't see why they wouldn't. So Blanco versus Cantillo. So right now, the Guardians are a game. So Astros have nothing to play for, and the Guardians are a game back of the Yankees.
Yes, I believe so. The Astros are pretty firmly locked in, and they are scroll. They're 86 wins, and the Guardians have 92. So, yeah, they're pretty much, both of these teams are pretty locked in. I don't think that it matters really if the Guardians get the 1 or the 2 seed. They both get a bye. So I think the Guardians and more Joey Cantillo is pitching for, hey, I should be in the postseason roster or rotation. So I think there's plenty of motivation there, but Astros at plus money was an interesting price here. I haven't looked at who's betting or what side's being bet more, but I expected the Astros to be bet a lot here.
And I
plus
expect the
price.
lineup to be weak. I mean, not
Yeah.
too weak, but for the Astros not to field a strong lineup.
Yeah, I think both these teams don't have a real motivation to get out there. But if I had to rank, it'd be Guardians over the Astros. Obviously, the Astros can't do shit. They're just winding up the clock and hoping to get to the postseason healthy. Get Altuve there. Jordan sprained his knee and came back and he was okay, but I'd be surprised if he went.
Okay, yeah, no, he won't go. Yeah, so I mean, it's really Cleveland or pass.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I still fear what the Astros do to lefties, even the weaker spots. I'm like, okay, so let's move past it.
Yeah, and shout out to like Shea Wickham, who's been struggling defensively out there and has screwed a lot of Astros bettors, but I think we'll still see him out there. I still think this is just like figure it out, young guy. You've got like 3 more games in the major leagues.
Okay, let's roll on. Your Boston Red Sox. Tampa Bay Rays 78 and 81, 36 and 42 on the road to the Boston Red Sox, 80 and 79, 37 and 41 at home. We are at Fenway Park. Let's take a look at the weather here at Fenway. 69 Fahrenheit, 2.7 miles per hour, right to left, very slightly in. Not windy. Beautiful conditions for a September baseball game at Fenway. Taj Bradley going up against Slick Nick Pivetta. Let's get into the money line situation here. The Red Sox at minus 125. They opened up at minus 1, now minus 126. They opened up at minus 130. Very little line movement in this one. So we've had 4 cents of movement towards the Tampa Bay Rays. Let's get into the total here. From a total side of things, we have this as an 8, minus 104 to the under. This did go up to 8.5 for a quick cup of coffee, but it's come back. And then cash flow here. We have 73% of the tickets and 68% of the cash on the Boston Red Sox. We have 76% of the tickets and 82% of cash on the over. Taj Bradley, 7-11, 4.30 ERA, 1.25 whip. There's times where he looks like the top 5-10 pitcher in the league. And then there's times when he looks so hittable. Last start, 5 innings, 1 earned run, and a 3-2 win at home versus the Blue Jays. He struggled on the road this year, though. 4.77 ERA, 261 opponent's batting average. And I shouldn't say it's a Jekyll and Hyde thing with Taj, but he got hot, unbelievably hot, 2 months ago, and he's doesn't have that same whatever it is, swagger. I don't know, whatever it is. Pivetta is similar to that, where he's just, sometimes he's lights out and others he's not. And that was a really nice start last out at home, 8-1 win at home versus the Twins. He's been much better at home of late. Overall, 3.97 ERA, 225 opponent's batting average. Neither team's hitting righties at all. Rays 233, 662. Red Sox 218, 634. Rays bullpen's been very good down the stretch, 3.30 ERA, while the Red Sox is at 4.57. This is a spreadsheet spot here. And Raymond Reichart just used his $450 bonus to bet on Taint. Let's get it. Sharpie says he wants to back Taj, but if there was an organization who would baby their young studs, it's the Rays the last weekend of the year. And the fact no outs are available on the books tells me he's probably not on a set number. That's interesting. I feel like this is a great spot for Pivetta. And even if Taj doesn't go deep, this bullpen's rolling. What are your thoughts here? Do you have interest in the under?
I did, but this went from 8 to 8.5. So that's what is going to keep me off probably. Taj has been touched up by the Red Sox this year before already. He pitched against them in a 2 back-to-back. His second one was obviously bad because back-to-backs are hard, but his first one wasn't even that good to begin with. And again, a little romanticizing baseball here. Nick Pivetta's last start for the Boston Red Sox, probably. He's a free agent after this year. Obviously motivation to pitch well and go into free agency feeling good about yourself. Get re-signed. I don't think the Red Sox re-sign him. But I'm sure there'll be some feels there, and he's been a good pitcher.
This line moved back to 3 minutes ago.
There you go. Look at that.
But then you're saying, why did it move to 8.5 in the first place?
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting again that the yo-yo up and down has been ridiculous. But that's the only thing I could get on here. I thought about betting the Red Sox too, but the line has not moved much on this as well. And 76% of the bets, 82% of the money on the over, and we've gone up and down here. I still lean under. I still think both these guys can go out there and pitch well, but and these teams just saw each other too. So a little more scary stuff there. Pavetta pitched against the Rays, didn't pitch great. But I do, again, zigzag theory, think he pitches well here. Just not enough for me to get to the under.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Why did it go up to 8.5 in the first place? I think we can let that go. Let's roll on. 7:20 p.m. Eastern, the Kansas City Royals, 85-74, 40-38 on the road at the Atlanta Braves, 86-71, 43-33 at home. We're at Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Let's get into the weather.
How's this game going to go? Yeah, this game, there's no way this game goes right with the hurricane, but I don't know.
It's supposed to stop raining according to this, and the field's, I'm sure, covered right now.
RotoWire doesn't have this game in red either, so I was just surprised. Of all the places, this is the one that I'm surprised doesn't have one.
It's supposed to stop raining right now, so it's going to be dry all day. Ron says storms are gone.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. So let's roll.
Billy says this game's not going. No, that's hilarious. Fucking weather, man.
Oh, really?
I don't know, but we capped this game like it's going. Whatever.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, let's just cap it as if it's going. I just want to just do the due diligence here. I mean, this is our last Friday of a full MLB card.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
And you're in plus territory.
I know. I can't fuck this up. Yeah. And
I don't think of it like that. It's just that, you fought the good fight.
See, and I'll probably do Saturday. I'm going to be on the tailgate with Daby Cab, and I haven't told him this, but I'm going to give out baseball plays because I'm not doing that college football bullshit. Okay. So I'm going to obviously give out some plays there, and then Sunday we'll see. But yeah.
Yeah. I'm down 13 units on the year, and I feel like just the biggest screw up in the entire world,
Well, at least it's not 27 units like it was like a month ago. We chopped that down.
Yeah, pretty
nicely.
I think I would have had a good month with you guys if I had been rocking with you. This is the time of year that I love capping, but it's okay. Okay, let's stay focused here. Roll into this one. So let's get into the weather here in Atlanta. 69 Fahrenheit, 14.3 miles per hour in, and then dies down to 11.6. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Singer and Freed. We have a 7.5. This opened up at 7.5, and I did just go to 7. It's not a real 7. But 3 minutes ago, they moved it to 7 minus 120 to the over and plus 107 to the under. So not expecting a lot of runs here in this one. Let's get into the money line. We have minus 173 on Freed and the Braves. So it's a big move towards the Royals. They've gone from plus 171 to plus 158. Rob Free Taint was the Pirates' first 5 plus a half, and we joined in. Sharpie says Max Fried in his career had his best ERA in September, October by at least a half of a run. Royals not hitting lefty. Fresh pen in Atlanta. Easy money. Royals team total under 3.5 minus 145.
By the way, Max Fried, free agent to be.
Oh yeah, could bring him back to Canada.
I would give up my left nut.
He's not the one Canadian.
He looks. You just think that because he looks like Mr. Gokster. That's the only reason why you think he's Canadian.
No, he's not the Canadian. What am I talking about? What's his name? Who's the young Brave that's not been pitching? Who's from Calgary?
Schwellenbach? I don't know.
No, Schwellenbach's not from. Okay, he's from Santa Monica, California. Such a pitcher's machine, man. Okay, Brady Singer versus Max Fried. So one of the things about the under 3.5 team total for the Royals is they're now seeing a lefty for the 5th straight game?
Yes, they 3 in a row in Washington. I don't know about who they faced before.
So 3 in a row. So this is the 4th. Yeah, Max grew up in Cali. Thinking of that Braves pitcher from Calgary. I'll get his name in a second.
Again, it's just because Max Fried and Mr. Gokster are long lost cousins. By the way, I saw Mr. Gokster posted this picture I'm about to show you. Posted this picture on his own. Just did it by himself. And I've looked at this picture at least once a day since he's posted it and just chuckled to myself. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Like, this guy he posted on Twitter for his friends to see here, and no one, we don't think we're not going to make fun of this guy. What the fuck is he doing?
Jesus, that guy.
I don't know what's wrong with that guy. Again, he posted this.
I know what's wrong with that guy. I'll show it to you.
Yeah.
This is just something I've never seen anyone do. And I've been in capping, going to the racetrack since I was a toddler. Not alone.
And by the way, you're thinking of Soroka.
Thank you, Soroka. Thank you, Joe. Look at him slapping his own ass as he watches his horse go.
And really getting under there again.
Slapping his own ass. The Doc has to walk away, right? The Doc does nothing to do with that.
But Connor stays and watches and is immediately interested.
Gokster slaps his own ass. Brady Singer going up against Max Fried. Brady Singer 9-12, 3.73 ERA, 1.28 WHIP. His last start, he got lit up and smoked. 6 earned runs in a 9-0 loss at home versus the Giants. Raw Dog, you're right. Raw Dog.
He does raw dog the whores. That's what he does.
Yeah, he
Respect. Did you do the same thing to him with your buddy? Like the rash, like HIV or whatever? Did you do the same thing to him?
No. He was just so happy. I mean, I just let him shine. Just let him shine. On the road, 3-5, 4.25 ERA, 278 opponent's batting average. Max Fried coming off 1 earned run over 6 innings in the 6-2 win at the Marlins. At home, 3-4, 3.66 ERA, 256 opponent's batting average. The Royals aren't hitting lefties at all, but they got to Patrick Corbin. I mean, now you're getting your 4th straight lefty.
It's a concern. It's a concern. That's why I think the Royals are live here. Ron Crawford, by the way, spreadsheet dog play of the day is the Royals. I think the Royals are live, but I'm scared to fade a really good Max Fried.
Spreadsheet play of the day is in. It is the Kansas City Royals. Huh. So I guess Sharpie has no concern of the Royals seeing a lefty for the 4th time. Now, this is a very good lefty.
Yeah, I think that's the difference. Best lefty they've seen. Again, it's been DJ Hertz, Mitchell Parker. And then obviously we had Corbin yesterday. And Max Fried is obviously like 2 steps above all those guys. So I understand completely. It's just, Jimmy, real question is, why are we on an under in this game? A 7? A 7? I think the under. I think I'm going to move on the under in this game as well. We can say this again. Braves are the best under team in baseball. They've been all year. They don't have Austin Riley anymore. For those people that don't know, he's out for the season now. They need to win all of these games, honestly, because this whole shit with the Mets is going to be very interesting to see how all that plays out, especially if you're like me and have Braves not to make the playoffs. It's going to be very interesting to watch all that. But I think this is an under game. Royals offense has not been really doing anything, and Max Fried just so much better. And you just have to put put your hands in the lords of Brady Singer, and hopefully the Braves can continue to struggle offensively like they have all year, and maybe 3 days off or whatever it's been will help as well.
Well, let's just before I bet this, let's take a closer look at Singer and just make sure that there's no kind of arm fatigue or no issues here, because that last start was pretty ugly.
The scariest part for me, by the way, Jimmy, did this open up for an 8 for you?
Yes, but heavily. Well, no, I saw it open up at some books at 8, heavily juiced to the under. But no, 7.5 at Pinnacle. Look, I don't think we can back Singer. He's allowed 10 earned runs in his last 10 and a third. He's allowed 13 earned runs in the last 15 and a third. And now I understand the market's moving towards him. But I can't move on this full game under with the way he's pitching right now. I mean, I think he's just dealing with some arm fatigue.
Well, to make matters worse, this is a 7.5 in my book. It's going down to 7s at other places, but it was 7 and it came back up to that 7.5 where I'm looking.
And we have this move. I bet you he just because of this market move, that he pitches fine, but I'm not going to bet the under. I only trust Max Fried. I don't trust Brady Singer, and the Braves have everything on the line. The weather is perfect for it, though, and the Royals bullpen's been really good in September.
To give you a Royals bullpen update, by the way, oh man, I mean, obviously the last few days they've been used up a shitload. So Lucas Ursig, 3 days in a row, he's their closer now. Probably not going to go today. Angel Zerpa, 3 days in a row throwing, probably isn't going to go today. John, I can never say his name even when he was on the Red Sox. John Scriber, I cannot say his name. I don't know why. 24 pitches on Wednesday, 12 yesterday. Probably not going to go again. Chris Bubich threw 18 yesterday and 23 on Tuesday. Daniel Lynch threw 42 on Wednesday. And that leaves the one guy, Sam Long, didn't throw yesterday, but threw 17 on Wednesday and 11 on Tuesday. So, yeah, this Royals bullpen is gassed.
Jesus. Sharpie's on the right track. But I can, right now, unless I change something, which I can change something. But right now, I have Bet365 and Pinnacle that I can work with. Pinnacle has the team total for the Royals at 2.5, and they're not giving you any different. And then 365, the 2.5 is at a worse price. If I want the 3.5, it's minus 165 to the under. I'm
getting 3.5 minus 150 to the under.
So then you could build a 3. But I'm gonna have to let it go. I'm gonna have to let this game go. I think Sharpie's on the right side. If I had got to this earlier, I could have got a better line. I think the under 3.5 makes sense, but it's just too expensive. And okay, so let's move on. I like Sharpie's look. I wish I could have figured out how to get there, and I it took a long time, and I guess this is what this show is about. But okay, let's roll on. Next up, 8:10 p.m. Eastern, Baltimore Orioles 88-71, 44-34 on the road at the Minnesota Twins 82-77, 43-35 at home at Target Field, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Am I the only one that's just like so disappointed with the Orioles this year? And I said, when Timothy Earl was making so much cash on the Orioles, at the beginning of the year I was like, it just doesn't feel right. Even though they're loaded with so much young talent. And then when I watched the Yankees without Stanton in the lineup, I was like, this team is so easy to. I mean, it's not easy because those, your 2 and 3 are the best hitters in the world, not named Shohei. But there's, 17 games over 500. They might not win 90 games this year.
No, and their preseason over under was like 95, something like that.
Oh yeah, way under. Is Timothy Earl still hammering this every day?
I think so. Let me look at the Earl's Twitter here.
We're in Target Field, and I knew this card was going to be tricky. Yesterday's card was just so many of the pitchers that I love so much, and I feel like I have a feel for it. And I knew this one wasn't that case, so it's taking a little while. Let's go. 77 Fahrenheit, 3.6 miles per hour, left to right in. So it's not windy. It's actually beautiful weather here in Minnesota for a baseball game. What's the Twins' magic number? Or are they eliminated? They're not.
This is the last game. Their tragic number is 1.
Okay, so they have to win here. And the Orioles, they're
stuck?
They can't move.
Yeah, Yankees already won the division. They're like 3-4 games up. I'm not looking at the standings right now in front of me, but they're like 3-4 games up.
Okay,
on the wild cards.
Yeah, there's nothing.
They're stuck.
Because Cade Povich does not look good. Now his last start was better, but the Tigers aren't hitting lefties at all. On the road this year, he's thrown 24 innings, 20 strikeouts, 17 walks, 9.75 ERA. He's allowed 6 home runs in those 24 innings with a 283 points batting average. Now I don't think he's that bad. But that's bad. And Pablo Lopez is coming off getting lit up and smoked at the Red Sox. I'm going to go through his game log once I hand it over to you. But he had been running nice. At home, he's got a 3.64 ERA, 266 opponents batting average. Orioles versus righties, 238, 701 OPS. They're not hitting them. And Twins aren't hitting lefties, 218, 668. The Orioles bullpen is a 5.86 ERA in September. They've been trash. And the Twins bullpen's been bad, which kind of surprised me. Let's go over the line history here for this one. And then I want to go, or actually, if you could pull up Pablo Lopez's game log while I'm going through this. The Twins are minus 153. They opened up minus 163. So we've had a 10-cent move to the Orioles. Honestly, those moves yesterday. Now, I know that the moves away from the Tigers and the Royals yesterday both lost. I wonder if the books move it like 10 cents or 15 cents right now just because they don't want everybody hammering them.
I think the Twins are
handling them. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the Twins are still liable to lose. I think that's bad, honestly. But I'll tell you.
Are they exhausted?
Oh, I think so. But here's the thing. I think there's one man I would want on the mound if I was the Twins. It would be Pablo Lopez, and the whole entire bullpen's gassed. So I'm doing my best Sharpie impersonation. Pablo Lopez, outs. Over. He is going to pitch as long as possible to give this bullpen a break. I think he pitches well because the Orioles don't have anyone in there. They're going to have a bunch of children out there, and I think he pitches his ass off. Now, Sharpie would know better than me. 18.5, it's high, but I think it's high for a reason. I think he goes 7 strong. He could go completo if he pitches really well, but it's just this bet, and this is something I did earlier in the season, is 95% based off of their bullpen situation. Scott Blewett, 39 pitches yesterday. Louis Varland, 48 pitches Wednesday. Johan Duran, back-to-back days on Wednesday and Thursday, and threw 31 pitches yesterday in 2 innings. Michael Tompkin, 18 pitches yesterday, 43 pitches in the last 3 days. Jorge Alcala, 20 pitches and 17 in back-to-back days. Cole Sands, 16 and 17. Griffin Jacks, 20 and 13. Caleb Thielbar and Justin Topa, the only 2 pitchers that could probably be available and feel good about it. Thielbar only threw 11 pitches yesterday and 3 on Tuesday. And Topa threw back-to-back, but only threw 8 and 5 pitches. So Caleb Thielbar is probably going to close this game if they need a closer. But I think Pablo Lopez knows, and Rocco Baldelli will tell him, we need all the innings we can get from you. And this just seems like the way to bet
it. I think that they can get to Cade Povich. So I think that it's a first 5 minus a half.
I can see it. I'm getting minus 110 on that, so it's not bad at all.
The problem, yeah, I do. I do. Very quickly, shout out to Nicholas Earl in the chat. Did you get the ticket? When I got eliminated in the poker tournament, Nick was second. Would love to know if you got there, Nick. Please tell me you got there, because we had Loshak out 12th, Guillermo out 10th, and then you are our last hope to get the ticket. Tell me.
Yeah, by the way, I was right beside Loshak for a portion of the portion of the tournament where he started picking it up and picked up all his chips. It was hilarious to see.
Yes, he had muted us during the live stream, and Razor saying negative things to him. Yeah, I know. Razor thought saying negative things to him was inspiring him. So they were saying horrible things to Pete, and he didn't react at all because he didn't have the audio on.
What'd they say?
He had to be there. All right. I think that Lopez is great. And now I think I can explain the market move, right? Because of how exhausted the Twins are. But I just need 1 or 2, basically. I think that Lopez pitches nice here. And what is my concern, that Cade is going to shove? I know that the market is telling us that that's the case.
Against lefties, by the way, Minnesota scroll their 12th 91 weighted runs created plus this month.
So I mean, so what is the overall concern? Because if that is the concern that Cade Povich pitches really well because Minnesota's exhausted, I don't see it. That game was in Minnesota, right?
Which one?
Last night, the Marlins, Minnesota.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to be on Twins first 5 minus a half. And let me just make sure that it's not all the cash on, because I'm in agreement. I think Lopez delivers here. So what do we need to see? We need to see not too many tickets on Minnesota, and we need to see the price much more expensive first 5. Right? That's all. That's
You're
all
not going to love it.
Is it no different?
No, I have not the first 5. The tickets, there's just a shitload of tickets on the Twins and sharp action, bigger bets on the Orioles.
What is the percentages?
Right now we have 78% of the bets and 41% of the money on the Twins. So 22% of the bets and 59% of the money on the Baltimore Orioles.
And so the Twins are minus 153, and how expensive first half? 159. So a little bit more expensive. Let's see what it is. I want a bigger one than that. Let's see what it is here at 365. 365, it's minus 160 and minus 160. Okay. All right. I don't know if I'm going to pull the trigger on this. I need to sit with it after the game. It's a little too touchy. Are you off this one?
No, I'm on Pablo. I think he pitches well here, or at least pitches a long ass time here, just because they need him.
Probably right. You're probably right. I mean, why don't you? Is there a concern? Really, a concern that Povich is going to shove? I mean, God, I just need one run. So let me just.
I think the Twins' bats could be dead. Is the concern? But this does feel like a Twins win, but it doesn't matter because all the other teams win and they get eliminated.
What is your number at 18.5?
Plus 105.
Yeah, I'm plus 110.
So it's high. It's like 7 innings basically.
Over 18.5 outs at plus 105 for Jose. Okay, I'm going to need more time with this game, and I don't want to have 25 minutes, 30 minutes each game. Joe Yergis says just bet Toronto minus 1.5 and call it a day. Look, I cannot bet the Blue Jays against a bad team as a big favorite on the run line, but this is probably the time to do it. Okay, let's roll on. Next up, 8:10 p.m. Eastern, we have the Los Angeles Dodgers, 95-64, 43-35 on the road at the Colorado Rockies, 61-98, 37-41 at home. Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. So one site says Yamamoto, but I thought this was Gonsolin's season debut.
Christ, those are 2 pitchers. I came in here thinking Rockies, obviously, because the Dodgers clinched last night, but those are 2 pitchers I do not want to fade. Fuck.
Oh, wow. Sharpie's got a great point. Says, I can never take outs over when a team is in a must-win. Because if he gets in a bad spot, they have to go to the pen.
Well, I just don't think there's anyone available.
I get it from both sides. I get it from both sides.
So I agree with you, Sharpie. It's just like, if they had people to go to in the pen, are they going to throw Theobar out there? Are you going to throw guys on 4-5 days in a row? I don't know. But so, odds bunch saying yes, it's Gonsolin.
It's Gonsolin. Okay, I've got this set up for Gonsolin, so let's roll. So the Dodgers clinch, and it was impressive. They're an impressive ball club. They had to deal with a ton of adversity, and it'd be easy for anyone to say their pitching's not nearly good enough for them to win a World Series, but they've got superstar talent, clutch players, and a lot of the intangibles to roll. And if Walker Buehler is going to step up, I mean, it gives them a chance.
Yep. Yeah. And it was only a matter of time for Walker, honestly.
Yeah. No, I was fortunate, but I was on, the opposite pitcher. I was fading Walker Buehler. Don't get me wrong, but Musgrove was the whole breakdown here. Lucky Power, thank you, my man. So let's talk about Gonsolin here. A season debut. It's been a long time since we've seen him. He's 30 years old too. God, I remember, for whatever reason, he's still a kid in my mind coming up. But
It's funny, he looks 40 years old to me.
Coming back from Tommy John surgery. So he made his third rehab start. It was his best start yet. He threw 3 innings, struck out 6, walked 1, and he threw 45 pitches. So this is going to be a group process. So while I kind of set this up, and Joe Yurkovich says Detroit 35-1 to win the World Series. They have the best record in the last 50 games. And Gerald Jones says Freeman knee tweak, probably not in the lineup. Thank you, Gerald. That's important. Can we go over the bullpen? Or who do you think is going to be the primary after Gonsolin? I would like to know that. Let me go through the weather and the line history here. Weather-wise, in Colorado, 81 Fahrenheit, 4.5 miles per hour, right to left, very slightly in, dice down to 3.6 miles per hour. Let's get into the line history. And JPZ says Freeman is definitely out. Line history-wise, the Rockies are plus 161. They opened up at plus 172, so we've had 11-cent move towards the Colorado Rockies. Oh, man, I really don't know how you don't move on them here. This under 11.5 a minus 113. This did get to 11 for a cup of coffee, but it's right back at the 11.5. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 62% of the tickets and 75% of cash on the over, and 82% of the tickets, but just 51% of cash on the Dodgers. And our guy from Port Dope, Ontario, Mr. Cal Quantrill on the mound. 8-10, 4.72 ERA, 1.49 WHIP. His last start was against these Dodgers. A 6-3 win at the Dodgers. They just saw him, but this is probably a makeshift lineup after the celebration last night and then the travel. And at home, he's been very good all year. 4.37 ERA, 269 points batting average. I mean, this is just a must bet Rockies, right? Is that what you're going to say? We just have to bet them? Just plug your nose, bet the Rockies?
That is what I'm going to say. Yes. The only difference or the only issue for me is I don't have a line. I don't have a line. I still don't have a line. Bet online, my local, no lines. So yeah, whenever this comes out, I'm going to bet Rockies.
I can bet them. Rockies are plus 155 at 365.
See, and Sharpie saying report from Noli, and he's a great source for the Dodgers. We saw that he proved that last night, obviously. Yeah. Says he's seen an article that they are no longer bringing up Gonsolin for the playoff run. They have him throwing a live bullpen in Arizona today.
Wow.
I would feel so much better if this was Gonsolin over Yamamoto. I do not want to fade Yamamoto. I'm still going to. It's just going to make me feel a lot worse about it.
I got Yamamoto listed, and I had Yamamoto written up here in my worksheet.
Yeah, I just didn't. I had nothing all day, so you obviously can't trust RotoWire with this shit. So I don't know. Yeah, I've struggled. I'm going to bet the Rockies. I'll tell you that.
Even if it's Yamamoto.
Yeah, even if it's Yamamoto, because at the end of the day, I still expect all these starting pitchers in these games to pitch well. I don't even Rodon, I guess, is going to be the outlier. He was out there getting drunk with all his pals, but Kikuchi sleeping in bed night before his start. Yamamoto, I'm going to guess he was not in there. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But I still expect him to pitch well. But it's the relievers. It's all the hungover players. And it's all the hungover backups.
And he just faced Colorado and got touched by them.
In course?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't believe
this. Is this his first start in course?
I believe so. I'm going to check that out right now. He's faced Colorado twice at home, and he's never pitched a course.
And so he's not pitched a course, a thing that I like betting against. They're going to be drunk, and Coin's right. Drunk as fuck or whatever, celebrating. Then you have to pack up all your shit, go to fucking Colorado right that night.
You saw what it did to me, man.
Yeah, I just do not think that the Dodgers are in a great spot today, and no matter who it is, I will fade them. It just feels a lot better if it was Tony Gonsolin rather than Yamamoto.
There were mushrooms involved at my party, so that was a little bit.
Boy.
Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't matter if it's Yamamoto, it's Rockies. Just plug your nose, make the bet.
Yeah, and we said it off the top. It's 3-1 this year so far, betting against these teams that have clinched.
I'd like that to be confirmed from PZ and the other guys. PZ saying that they weren't that excited about winning the NL West. Says he doubt there was a lot of partying. This is a long season.
I agree with that to an extent because they still popped the bottles, enjoyed the champagne last night.
Do we have pictures?
That's I still don't have shit. But, it's not like when I saw them clinch a playoff spot, literally all they did was glass of champagne and we move right along. I think the division matters a little more, and they obviously popped the bottles for it. But again, these are the Yankees and the Dodgers. You can say on paper are the two best teams in baseball. They clinch and now are playing two bad baseball teams. These are the toughest spots for these fade after a celebration spot. Either 3-1 so far, and I'll still trust it because I think Max Muncy, all those guys, hungover as fuck, and the relievers hungover as fuck.
Big Fat Paulie moving on. Charlie Blackmon, his parents threw out the first pitch last game, right?
Made me cry. Yes, that was beautiful. By the way,
I'm really didn't make you cry.
Yeah, I'm a very emotional person. I don't know. I'm in my apartment just alone 24/7, Jimmy, while Hugga's coaching kids. I'm just over here crying to Charlie Blackmon and Oakland A's things.
Just crying, feeding your raccoons and crying.
Yeah, it was great. I walked by my old apartment and I saw them all. They were there. They fucking grown like double the size as well. They were little babies when I saw them in my apartment, and now they're all full grown. I was like, oh my God, there's an issue. But the point of all this to say, Sunday, last game of baseball season, Colorado Rockies money line. That is the day to bet the Rockies again. I already told all my friends I'm going to do it myself. I'll tweet it out, blah, blah, blah. Dodgers won't be playing for shit at that point. They'll have the backups in, get me the playoffs. Rockies at home. Charlie Blackmon's last game. I will consider betting Charlie prop then as well. But this feels like Rockies win today, Dodgers win tomorrow, Rockies win last game, just like the Oakland A's series against the Rangers.
I like that. I like that script. Now, I'm not going to bet the Dodgers tomorrow, but we can come back on the Rockies on Sunday.
Because they're going to be like -2 whatever the fuck tomorrow. So.
Okay. All right. Rockies. So what are you, we wait till you
I need the lines. I just don't have the lines yet, but hopefully by the end of this program, I'll bet it and let you know.
Okay. I'll do the same. I don't imagine that the line's really going to move that much, but if anybody's following the line market and it moves, and just let me know and I'll just bet it. Okay, let's roll on. 8:10 p.m. Eastern with the New York Mets 87-70, 41-35 on the road at the Milwaukee Brewers 91-68, 45-33 at home. I think we should race camels today. I think we should get back to camel racing.
Sure.
Camel and heats.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you. Beautiful. Sean Manaea going up against Frankie Soft Toss Montas. Manaea has been a revelation. I mean, it's so wild how these pitchers, can't do it for 2 years and then all of a sudden they find it again. Manaea has been so good. 12-5, 3.29 ERA, 1.06 WHIP. Last start, 7 innings, 3 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 homers, 6 Ks, no walks, and a 6-3 win at home versus the Phillies. On the road, he's been great all year. All year here. He's just been magical. 6-2, 2.77 ERA, 200 opponents batting average. In 84 in the third road innings, he's allowed 6 home runs. Then you have Montas back to getting touched up again. 2 2/3, 6 hits, 8 runs, 7 of which were earned. 3 home runs allowed in a 10-9 win at home versus Arizona. He's just. I think the market's pretty good at indicating when he's going to fire or not. Mets versus righties, 225, 678 OPS. In September. It's amazing. They've just become a complete ball club because earlier in the year, if their sticks were quiet, they weren't winning. Now they're just a complete ball club. And I'm surprised that they have a 225, 678 OPS versus righties in September because we would just watch them double digits against the Phillies in 3 straight games. You'd think that their numbers would be more impressive. The Brewers versus lefties is 214, 646. The Mets bullpen's been good in September. The Bruins Brewers bullpen's been very good. So let's get into the line history here for this one. We have this total at 7.5 at a pick'em, indicating that Montas is probably going to pitch well. Let's get into the money line here for this one. Money line wise, we have the Brewers at plus 101. The Brewers opened up at plus 113. That surprises me so much. Again, it's that same move that we saw with the Twins here. This is a must win for the New York Mets, coming off a day where they didn't play, and this line's moving towards Frankie Montas. A big move towards Montas. The Brewers have 39% of the tickets and 55% of the cash. I thought, are they still trying to find a higher seed? Do they still have a shot at a higher seed?
I don't believe so.
No, they didn't.
No, they're good. They're locked into the 3 seed as well. I think this is more like a rust thing.
Why did the Brewers care? I mean, they just don't care. I don't see. This just doesn't make sense here.
Earl's being positive. I see. Shout out to you, Earl Sports Bets there. Old Nick.
I can't understand. Why this would be. Bob Harvard looked at the Cubs plus 1.5. I mean, that's a minus 220 at my book. With the very low volatility, if you were going to use that, you probably need to use it as a parlay piece. The only note says Lindor is back. Frankie Lindor has been absolutely spectacular this year. What a monster. But I can't explain this market move. I feel like they're just doing it just so that I don't know, just to mess with us. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would the Brewers care?
I agree, but I just think this is a rust thing for the Mets. It's been like 2 days since they've played. I think the bats will come out slow. Lindor hasn't played in even longer, so I think it'll take them a game to get into it. And I said it the other day, and since Nick's here, we'll say it again. This is prime clinch butthole season for the New York Mets. A franchise that typically does not make the playoffs all that often and, is bound for choking. They're known for a little bit of a choke, just like the Red Sox were. Going up against, they're not going up against in this game, but a Braves team that's made the playoffs every year is just stone cold, steady killers, et cetera, et cetera. I think, honestly, both teams lose today. And I think that low-key, both teams are kind of looking ahead to Monday and that doubleheader.
God, that's going to be a fun doubleheader.
Yeah, I'm going to be sweating with you, Nick, because I've got Braves to not make the playoffs at plus 375. So I'm rooting for the Mets hard with you, buddy.
Yeah, that's a big score. It looked so good, 5 days ago?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to move past this. I'm just going to respect the market and move past it. I don't, for the life of me, I do not see why this market would move the Brewers. And, if I didn't respect the market, I'd be on the Mets 100%.
Yeah, I probably agree with that. And I think that's, a little bit of the appeal of what the books think is going to make people bet the Mets at such a low price.
Yeah.
And I think the Brewers win this game.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'll just let it go. Let's move on. We roll on to 9:38 p.m. Eastern, and we welcome back the star of Medicate Mondays and tailgating. I love what he's doing with tailgating. I love what he's doing with Saturdays. Please welcome back our friend from Dallas, Texas, Daby Cab in the house. Daby, Rangers, Angels, my friend. Jacob deGrom versus Reed Detmers. What the hell happened to Reed Detmers this year? I thought this guy, from year to year, what happens to these pitchers is just wild. I can't imagine the mental struggle it must be. There's times where Detmers looked, we thought, coming into the year, there's no reason why he couldn't have been the ace of this staff. And he's been horrific. in his last start at the Astros. Now, this is part of the reason why the Astros are hitting 323 and like 880 OPS versus lefties in September, is that he went 2 innings, allowed 7 earned runs in a 10-4 loss. At home, Reed Detmers is 1-5 with a 6.50 ERA. He's allowed 10 home runs in 44 1/3 at home in Los Angeles. Let's get into underdog special for Joe Yurkovich. Wow, he doesn't think there'll be a letdown. Let me copy and paste that here against the Mariners. Thank you, Joe, my man. And Noli's saying that they're huge Lindor fans in his household. Son wears 12 in his cleats. What Lindor has done this year, you just applaud. I mean, he's just the
When's the last time a New York Met has finished in the top 2 of MVP voting?
He's just doing that every day at shortstop in a 162 game season. I mean, it's just spectacular. And also fulfilling your huge contract, like that's another thing, like actually giving back to the people who invest in you. He's just in that type of city, in that environment, with all the struggles that were going on in that clubhouse. Like he's just a monster. I love him. Okay. And I didn't this year. He just completely won me over. Okay. Rangers, Angels, DeGrom versus Detmers. Jacob DeGrom, they've lost his 2 starts. Rangers open up -155. They're now -149. So we've had a slight move towards Reed Detmers. From a total perspective here, we have this at a 7 now. Wow. Come down from a 7.5. It's not a real 7. It's -118 to the over and +105 to the under. Sabino and Guano in the house. Nice to see you, Sabino, my man. Let's get to the cash flow. He's retired from giving out picks. It sucks. I need him back. I need Sabino back, man.
I'd hate to see a comeback for retirement pick or stay retired pick. I'd hate to see that. I'd hate to see that.
Come back to us, man. We have 81% of the tickets, 82% of the cash on DeGrom, line slightly moving away from him. 87% of tickets and 83% of cash on the over, a line moving to the under. Tom Leach says he likes the Mets today, though. The market move is scary. Yeah, I can't mess with it. DeGrom's last start, 3 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 1 homer, 5 Ks, 1 walk, and 8-2 loss at home versus the Mariners. So did he face the Mariners in both his starts? Yes, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then Rangers versus lefties, 168, 529 OPS. Angels versus Red, this is September. Angels versus Reddies, 231, 689 OPS. Rangers bullpen has been horrific, 5.16 ERA in September. Angels bullpen's been really strong. Daby Cab, best bet time. Take it away, my friend.
Yeah, he got, 61 and 58 pitches DeGrom did his first 2 starts, I think. So that's, You hope for 4 probably with him here today. You might get 3 2/3, but you hope for 4. If you get 4 out of him, I like the Rangers' first 5. If you can get 4 out of him, both of these bullpens have been shaky. So it's not, it's not just the Rangers bullpen. Last 10 days, if you look at the Angels bullpen, it's been a little bit better, I guess. But I don't trust either of them. And the Rangers have 94 at-bats with the players that'll be in the lineup here against Detmers, 20 hits in the 94 at-bats. And what I'm really looking at, what I like here, I've been trying to decide if I want to go first 5 on the run line or if I want to take Wyatt Langford. I actually haven't bet it yet. Wyatt Langford's total base prop is sitting at +115. And the reason I like that is because over the last 10 games, he's hitting 270 with 10 hits, 3 homers, 3 doubles, 7 RBIs, and 8 runs scored in those 10 games. So, out of those 10 hits, 6 of them have been for extra base hits. He's hitting the ball hard. And, we talk about who wants to play at this point in time in the season. A rookie wants to play. Wyatt Langford is he's still loving every moment of it. You can tell by the way, he goes about his day-to-day routine. It's obvious for me to tell who still wants it and who doesn't. And he's somebody that does. I'm either going to bet the Rangers first 5 or Wyatt Langford. I just haven't decided. And I don't, for show purposes, I don't want to take both, Jimmy, because this is going to be the last day of MLB for me. And like I said, I want to come out in the green, even if it's just a little bit. So I haven't decided yet. I need time to sit on that. It'll be one or the other, though. I can tell.
We're going to have you breaking down playoff games here.
We'll go positive in the playoffs, no doubt. but we're going positive in the regular season too, which means we got to win today. Today is very important. You know, you can tell Jose no pressure all you want, but Jose, he's lying to you, bro. You better fucking finish positive. Lots of pressure. You're right there. Don't fuck it up.
But I mean, he's throwing out 1,000 bets, which is like
Literally.
To go negative or to go positive?
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. No, absolutely right. But he's fought the good fight because, you know, I've come back, but you know, when I was away from you guys for a little while, I was like, no, I'm not gonna touch. I'm not even gonna open up. I'm not even gonna look at the schedule.
That's a good choice. Mushrooms in Hawaii and betting baseball. Yeah. I don't know about those three.
Football. We're betting a lot of football, but
that's
okay.
Cool.
So I get it. Let's hear Jose's plan of attack. You haven't made up your mind yet, though, right?
I will bet one or the other. I'm not going to bet both, and I will post it as soon as I do. I haven't posted anything yet.
Cool. Jose, Jacob deGrom, your thoughts?
Admittedly, I have no interest in this game. I don't want to bet deGrom. I don't want to bet the Angels. So no action. So I'll tell you, the Mets have had 3 people finish in second place in MVP, and they've never had an MVP award winner, but they've had 7 Cy Young Award winners. So there's your fun fact of the day there. The top 3 are the only guys that have finished second. Kirk Gibson beat Darryl Strawberry in 1988.
Wow.
Willie McCovey beats Tom Seaver in 1969.
Wow.
Ryan Sandberg beat Keith Hernandez in 1984. Sucks for you guys.
Wow.
And these are all Hall of Famers and all very respected award winners there. The closest they have come to winning an MVP in the last decade, last 24 years, I guess now, 25 years, Mike Piazza came in 3rd in 2000. The next closest, Carlos Beltran came in 4th. David Wright came in 4th, but yeah, not higher.
Yeah, it's great. I love those stats, man. The Rangers-Angels spot, the market moving towards the Angels and the Rangers' difficulty with lefties in the last little while makes it tricky to want to back the favorite. Now, as Daby said, you have a big sample size of at bats against Detmers, and he's been horrific at home, and so you're between deGrom or the Rangers first 5 minus a half, or the Wyatt Langford over 1.5 bases.
Yeah, and you know what? I might have to look into what Sharpie said at the first 3 too. I might just have to look at the first 5 and the first 3, or the run line in the first 3, or maybe a money line first 3. But I'll have to look at it. I think I'm probably going to go with Langford. I mean, I was so close to already hitting the bet button. I don't know why I haven't. I just want to. I'm going to run some numbers on everything else too.
And the first 3s are, thank God. I don't know where I would be without first 3s. The first 3s have been so good to me. The first 5s have been bad. I can't wait to go over everything at the end of the year. That was really important what you did in the offseason, Jose, breaking it all down as to what was working. I can't wait to do that as well. Okay, so it looks like it'll be Wyatt Langford, but I'm not going to put anything in at this point.
Not yet. No, you got Vladdy for right now. Because, Jimmy, I dead ass think I might be like up or down like less than a unit right now on the show. So for betting purposes, if you guys want action, I love all 3 of the bets, and I will probably make all 3 of them. But for show purposes, they're just 2 different things right here. I just want to be very clean with this and finish today on top. But that's what we did.
No, I feel you. All right. Why don't you stick around with us for this next breakdown, because it's Yu Darvish, a pitcher that you utilized for very legit ROI. And he's had this strange season for personal reasons. And I think somebody told us what they were at one point, but I've lost it. I have no recollection. But let's move on to Padres, Diamondbacks, Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. I guess we should still check if the roof is closed. I mean, it's being closed so often, but let's just go to Diamondbacks roof status really quickly. It is the Diamondbacks roof status is they're the only roof where you get it immediately. It's they do a really nice job here. Yeah, close, which is what we thought. Okay, so let's roll. Yu Darvish going up against Merrill Kelly. So Merrill Kelly was removed from his game on Saturday. against the Brewers. He'd gone 5 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs, 6 Ks, no walks, because he had a right calf cramp. Why don't you touch it, Daby? Is that just dehydration? Who cares? Is that because when that would happen to me, like hockey and soccer, it was generally dehydration and
that's all that is. I mean, it's real shitty when it happens, but he's fine.
Yeah, but it's nothing. It's nothing that would affect you 4 days later.
No.
Nothing. Okay. All right. So let's get into the line history here for this one. This total is at 8.5. It's juiced to the over at -116. Now this opened up at 9, so it's moved a half run to the under. Let's get into the money line here on this one. We have Kelly and the Diamondbacks at -120. They opened up at -124. This wasn't available until this morning, so it hasn't been around for very long. A very, very slight move to the Padres. And, I think it's important to make sure that this wild card situation is, fully figured out here. So let's just go over to the wild card situation here for the Padres. The Padres are done. They've clinched the wild card. So the Padres have nothing to play for. Nothing to play for. But Darvish, probably wants to be rolling. He's only thrown 76 in the third innings. But they have no reason to care. And it's quite the opposite for the Diamondbacks. Right now, they're a game up on the Braves. They're actually 2 wins up on the Braves, 88-71 to 86-71. They're essentially tied with the Mets, even though the Mets have a very slightly higher winning percentage, 87-70 to 88-71. So you have the Padres who don't care and need it. You have Darvish who probably needs the innings. And he's been, last start was at home versus the White Sox. He went, allowed 2 solo shots, but 9 strikeouts over 6 in the third. He's got a 3.18 ERA, 1.06 whip on the year. On the road, 3-0, 2.05 ERA, 203 opponents batting average. Just 22 innings on the road. Padres are raking 269, 786 OPS here. Oh, wow. Earl Sports says Padres need 1 win for the 4 seed. Says Arizona has the tiebreaker. Oh, so they've just clinched a wild card berth, is what you're saying. Okay, sorry, because I was saying that clinched the top wild card. Okay, thank you, Earl. No, that's very important. Okay, so that's important. So they do need 1 more win before they can relax. Okay, so Padres are raking righties. Diamondbacks are hitting the same. They're both, it's basically a wash. The big difference is the Diamondbacks bullpen is atrocious. Remember how hot that bullpen got near the end of the year last year and into the playoffs? I mean, it's not happening this year. Padres bullpen 3.03 ERA. So we've seen very little line movement, a little bit to the under. Let's take a look at the cash flow. Cash flow wise, 28% of the tickets and 40% of the cash are on the under. And on the money line, we have 22% of the tickets and 54% of the cash on the Padres. So big bets are still coming in on the Padres. I know this wasn't the best bet spot, so we'll go to you last, Cabby, because I'm asking you to kind of cap this on the fly. So Jose, take it away. Padres, Diamondbacks.
I leaned Diamondbacks here because Merle Kelly is I think a bet on pitcher. I believe in Merle Kelly. He's a good pitcher, veteran pitcher that has come back from these long injuries before. So I trust and lean him, but no action here. Like Earl said, they just need 1 game. Just need 1 game in this game. I think the Diamondbacks have a good pitcher here. I'm interested to see who they throw tomorrow. Is it Fott? I don't know, but we'll see. But no action.
Are the Padres exhausted?
I don't think they're exhausted. I would say more disappointed after losing to the Dodgers the way they did yesterday. They were up 2-0 and then just kind of blew the game there at the end, especially from a bullpen that was really good. Now, Jay Peasy saying, imagine being the Padres bullpen being taxed here. So I'll tell you now, it's kind of not. They threw Jeremiah Estrada back-to-back days, but he threw 1 pitch and then 19 on Wednesday. Morahone, 14 and 15 on Tuesday and Wednesday. And then only Tanner Scott, who got crushed last night, and Brian Hoeing, who did not throw well or threw yesterday. Yuki Matsui threw 7 pitches. That leaves, Estrada, Jason Adam, Robert Suarez, all haven't thrown since Tuesday. So their bullpen is pretty ready to go.
I would want the Diamondbacks here. I don't see why. I guess it's the fear of Darvish. I mean, even if Darvish pitches well, that he's not going to go deep under any circumstances. And then you have, a rested Diamondbacks baseball team who didn't play yesterday that needs to win right now. Daby Cab, take it away. Padres, Diamondbacks. I know I asked you to cap this on the fly, but what are your thoughts with Darvish and Kelly?
Well, it's funny you say cap it on the fly. Look, I know some people like to really dig into things. I like to take in as much information constantly, watch as much of what I'm betting, whatever sport it is, watch as much of it as I can so that I kind of have an idea what I'd like right away. And as soon as I see this game, I already know what I would like. I'd like the first 5 under. I haven't done like a deep analysis dive into it, but just off the top seeing it, I know Kelly, his last 2 starts, gave up no earned runs, 5 innings to Milwaukee, only 2 hits. Only 2 hits, 6 innings against Colorado, only gave up 1 earned run there. So I know he's been rolling, his last 11 innings. And then Darvish, I always expect him to give up maybe 2 runs through 5 or 6 innings, kind of 2 or 3 runs, kind of what I look at. And with this thing sitting at a 9, I mean, just first 5 under is where I would go. And I mean, I'll look into it more. I might bet it.
The first thing that I thought of was the same thing. And when I went to it, it was a 5.
That's crazy.
And at that point I'm like, oh, what? A 5?
I thought
now
it would
it's
be
gone
4.5, but
it's since gone to 4.5.
yeah.
But if you put these 2 very good pitchers on the mound, everybody sees their numbers, and then you put the first 5 total at a 5. I mean, there's just something that's just so fishy about that.
And you got a 2 with these guys, like you kind of said it with Darvish, but Kelly's only at 68 innings on the season too. Like both of these guys are, actually looking to get innings here. That's like regardless, assuming they're going to make the playoffs, because that's what you do. You don't assume you're going to lose. You need innings for these guys right here.
Earl says, what's the market again? I remember during his show, he said the market was screaming Padres. It's screaming Padres. 22% of the tickets, 54% of the cash, and a 4-cent move towards them. I just went in these situations when it looks too good to be true. You're walking into a trap, kind of a thing. For me, generally, ROI wise, not all the time. But I just Jose, how in the world does this open up first 5 at 5?
Yeah, that's shocking. I think that's a trap. I think one of these guys, if not both, get touched up.
Yeah, I can't. Nothing. It just doesn't correlate enough here for me to be able to bet it. And again, we've talked about. I haven't been doing enough shows with you guys, but the markets are so tight right now, and which is great. I love it. And you'll hear people who don't like betting baseball in the last month of the season because they think the markets are too tight, but it's helpful. And so, yeah, I'm going to have to stay off this spot, unfortunately. So Daby Cab, is this a spot that you still might move on because it's gone from 5 to 4.5?
Possibly. Yeah. I'm going to look at it more because like you said, I haven't capped very deep into it. So I'd like to see why Jose is calling it a trap. I mean, I know it's a high number, but 4.5 is where I'd put the number. 5 was the weird part for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So good point. How long was it at 5 for? So this opens up at 5. This opened up at 5 at 8:44 this morning at Pinnacle. And interestingly enough, it never left. It was just juiced. I mean, it's gone now. And this is not really gone. It's still sort of a 5. If you want under 4.5 in this baseball game, Daby Cab, you're getting plus 104.
What's the 5 at?
I'll have to go into the penny here. I will go into penny. I'm just looking at my site that gives me all the information. Now, Bet Online is different. It opened up at 9:07 this morning at 5, and it took an hour and 44 minutes to move to 4.5. But you know what is just wild here? Listen to this. At 9:07 a.m., this is an over 5 at minus 105. An hour and 24 minutes it becomes over 5 at -110. The first move was a 5-cent move to the over at 5.
That's crazy.
Earl says that he might be because Darvish wasn't the original pitcher.
No, they waited for Darvish. This is 9:07 a.m. This is when we thought it was Darvish. I mean, look, I've got this cap with Darvish. So I knew it was Darvish at what time? I don't know. So
Early.
Same, Drew. Very soon. A lot of ice talk here. Okay, so I'm off the spot. Let's just roll on. Daby Cab, I know you've got baseball today, my friend. 1777 says Darvish was announced since at least yesterday. Darvish was announced by at least. I mean, like I had him in the books by at least 2:30 in the morning, 3 in the morning. I don't know exactly. Earl says in first 5 over then, and that's one thing I don't do. I don't flip, even though I have a positive ROI if I did, Earl. Which is
I would, Earl. I was close to pushing to that first 5 over, honestly.
Yeah, that felt like a Jose thing when you said that, Jimmy. I was already thinking that. As we were breaking it down, I was just waiting for Jose to be like, "Okay, I'm taking the first 5 over in this one."
It makes sense. I mean, why? I'm not going to pretend like I'm fucking smarter than these books. So I agree. I would lean first 5 over. I'm not moving on again.
Right now, you're a positive capper with thousands of bets, Jose. Just don't.
Thousands.
Don't fuck it up.
1,000. Yeah, no, he's running nice. Daby Cab, my man, tell us a little bit more about tailgating, and then Jose and I will go on to A's Mariners and Cardinals Giants, and then Wine Time Sports joins us.
Yeah, I told it Saturday, and I'll just clear up one thing. Jose's not going to give out baseball. He can come give out college football, but he's not going to come on and give out baseball. So you guys don't got to worry about that. The hour and a half isn't enough time, Jimmy. We run out of time. Literally every show we're like, holy shit, we're already out of time. So it's a blast, man. Come in on Saturday morning, and we'll get you guys paid. And that's about that.
Respect, Daby Cab. Support tailgating, support Medicate Mondays, and support our college football live stream right after. BJ says if the first 5 is at 5, this game is going over.
I agree with that.
I get it. I'm just not going to hit it. But if how about this? If this is a 5 at -110, I may bet it. But we'll have.
I think it's the right side. Like, I mean, Jimmy, this is the inverse of the Flexen and what's his name the other day. It's the totals are super low, whatever, blah blah blah, and they have it low, so they don't want you to bet it. Now that was a 7-0 victory for the White Sox, so first 5 definitely went over. But I think you still get the point. I think it's high, and these pitchers are very good, so everyone's gonna think bet the under, and then people get crushed. But everyone's betting overs nowadays, so.
The great Chris Flexen.
Yes. And whatever you say, Master Rexon, I don't ever get that part.
It's just this Maestro Fresh West song from like 30 years ago that's just in my head. His song was called Certs without the Retson, because I guess that's Retson.
What is Certs? What is that?
It's a little mint candy. It's a little mint, for breath freshener. Shout out Maestro Fresh West, man, out in the Maritimes, man. Okay, let's roll. 10:10 p.m. Eastern, Oakland Athletics at Seattle Mariners. We're in T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington. And this is not Luis Castillo.
Brian Wu.
It is Brian Wu.
Yeah, Brian Wu officially now.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so Athletics, Mariners, T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington, JP Sears and Brian Wu. Let's see if this roof is going to be open in Seattle, and it won't. Actually, it still might, because there was a game when it was 59 Fahrenheit. It was under 60, and I was like, this roof won't be open, and Cab thought it would. The Cab's breakdown was with the roof open. I was like, it's not going to be open, and he was right. So I take back. I don't really know what the hell's going on with the roof. Let's get into the total for this one. We'll start with full game and then move into money lines. This is a 7.5, a -119 to the under. This opened up at 7.5. It moved to 7 very briefly 40 minutes ago, and it came kind of back to that 7.5 juice to the under. Still, there's been 9 cents of movement to the under. 9 cents of movement to the under. And then on the money line, we have the Mariners at minus 160. This just became available at 10:18 a.m. I guess they were waiting for information on the starter. Since then, there's been a slight move towards the Oakland A's. So let's go here. Thank you, Bo. Thank you, Bo. I knew Bo would have.
Is Bo Jackson Canadian?
Yeah, it's from Toronto, man. Season ticket holder.
So I'm assuming Rem is also Canadian as well. Is this just a Canadian thing?
Rem, thank you, Rem. Rem's over in Edmonton, but yeah, it's a Canadian thing.
Okay, yeah, because I immediately see 2 people that I assume are from Canada saying that. I was like, oh, this must be Canadian. I mean,
that's your backbone slide. Let it slip. Let the rhythm rip, man. While the lyrics leave my lips.
Is this just this bumping in Canadian clubs in the 90s? Or is this what you guys just dancing to
the
with
last
your
time,
jinkos?
Actually, it's funny. The last time I think it might be one of the last times I was at a club. I remember looking over the other night. Maestro Fresh West was trying to get his jacket back, and they were like, "You need a ticket." And he's like, "I'm Maestro Fresh West," and they're like, "You need a ticket." That's all I.
That's it. You're never above the ticket tellers over there.
Need a ticket. I'm Maestro Fresh West. All right. Let's get into the cash flow here for this one. We have 90% of the tickets and 71% of the cash on the Mariners. The A's are being bet with 10% of the tickets and 29% of the cash, and this line is moved 5 cents towards them, which makes very little sense. On the total, 78% of tickets and 89% of cash on the over. JP Sears, 11-12, 4.43 ERA, 1.23 WHIP. He's allowed 26 home runs this season. In his last start, 5 innings, 9 hits, 6 earned runs. It was a 10-0 loss at home versus the Yankees. But he's been quite a bit better on the road. The Mariners are hitting righties harder than any team in the league in September. They just waited a little too long.
Too fucking late, assholes.
254, 718 OPS. I still do, Lynn. I still love Canadian Club, man. I have some right over there. On the road, 3.71 ERA, 231 opponents batting average. The Mariners are hitting 254, 718 OPS first lefties. Jose, take it away, and I'll pull up some Brian Wu information because I didn't know he was starting. Take it away. Oh, and last show of the year for Sharpie at the Odds Bunch YouTube channel. He says we got Noli coming on. Oh, it's great.
Ooh.
Great combo, Sharpie and Noli.
Yes.
Take it away here for us. Mariners Ace.
By the way, Coin mentioning some good splits in the Cubs game and mentioning that Cincinnati might have to be bet here. So might have to go back to that one real quick. But good note to you, Sharpie. No action for me here. I saw all you guys gearing up to fade the A's today. I get it. After that big emotional win, I get it. But I'm not going to do it here. I think they're still going to have Oakland on their jersey instead of the Athletics, and I think that just having Oakland on your chest and being the last team to represent Oakland, and I think Kotze will really hammer that down, and I think he'll have the boys playing well for the last 3 games of the season, even though they're not at home. So I'm off. No action.
Wow. This move to the over in Cincinnati, Chicago is just a runaway train.
Tell me it's not a 7.
It's about to be. Under 6.5 plus 105 at Bet365.
Oh, God. Now minus 125? Fuck. The weather change? What the hell happened? I mean, 94% of the bets and money basically are on the over, so, I get it, but damn. It made us feel a lot better about ourselves earlier today, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I couldn't have picked I picked a pretty bad time.
Well, as I've mentally marked that as a loser, Jim, I'm going to move on a third bet in that game here. And let me properly at least give credit to Coin here. 83 and 95 splits and the line moving towards the Reds here. Like he said, I have 82 83% of the bets, just updated. 95% of the money on the Cubs here. It opened up at minus 134. It's down to minus 120. Cubs are must bet. So hopefully to make up for the under in that game, I will be betting. I will be betting the Reds. I said Cubs. The Cubs are a fade team here today. Like I said, opened up minus 130, down to minus 120 with all the money on the Cubs. So bet the Reds here. I like the Reds and Nick Martinez to continue his hot streak. So plus 113 official for me. Hopefully to make up for the damage of that full game under, apparently. Is the first 5 total moving the same way, Jimmy?
I don't see how it wouldn't be, but let me check. The under 3.5 is just a pick 'em now.
All right. Well, let's go Reds, I guess.
I think I'm going to let that one go and just deal with the consequences I've caused. Okay, one more game before college football. Let's get into it. 10:15 p.m. Eastern. We have the St. Louis Cardinals, 81-78, 37-41 on the road. At the San Francisco Giants, 79-80, 41-37 at home. Justin McKelvey in the house says he's back. Of course, the show's still on. And we got Camel Racing, too. Oracle Park in San Francisco, California.
For $100, by the way.
$100 on the line. Thanks to the Skunk Blaster. What a great guy he is, man. Always giving back. We have Landon Roop on the mound. 12th round pick in 2021 out of the University of North Carolina. Landon Roop. And, we talk about these pitchers not really, the ones coming up at the very late season are not that appealing, but he didn't throw very many innings this year. So he was coming back from an injury of some kind. I don't know that information. I don't have that information. He only threw 21 1/3 at Sacramento to come up here. So he came back from injury, and he's looked really good so far this year in the majors. Landon Roop on the hill. A shout out to Gordon Koski. Thank you so much for that, my man.
Shout out to you, Goran.
Yeah, he's a great guy, great supporter of the channel. Markel says, how do I get in on that Camel Race for that hundo? Respect, Markel. Just got to be a gold member of Pub Sports Radio.
And I think you are, Markel. So shout out to you.
Sharpie says, great matchup for Miles Michaelis. Says, with how much he lives in the zone and how the Giants take pitches and can't make contact in the zone. Let's talk about Miles Michaelis. Before we do, though, I just want to make sure I know what the weather is in San Francisco. Not that it matters, swirls, it doesn't matter. But 67 Fahrenheit, just 2.7 miles per hour. So it's not even windy in the Bay. Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. You can tell the weather's just a mess across America if that's the case. 9-11, 5.35 ERA, 1.27 WHIP, just 118 Ks over 166 2/3. He's not had a very good season, but he's coming off a great start. 6-5 win at home versus Guardians. He went 6 innings, allowed 1 earned run. It was a solo shot, 4 Ks and no walks. On the road, he's been much better than he's been at home. 7-5, 4.59 ERA, but at 284 opponent's batting average is a strange high number. Now he's only allowed 10 home runs in 86 1/3. And I say only just because of the 284 opponent's batting average. 12 walks too. So, he's been pretty good. Landon Roop in his last start, 9-0 win at the Royals, went 5 innings, didn't allow a run. 2.70 ERA, 1.24 WHIP over 46 2/3. He's been good. Cards versus righties, just 235, 667 OPS. Giants versus righties, 239, 717 OPS, and both bullpens have been very good. Take it away for us here, Jose. Cardinals, Giants.
I'll keep it nice and brief here. I wasn't interested in this game. Two teams not playing for anything. I don't trust Michaelis, but I do know he'll throw strikes. So Sharpie says the Giants struggle in the zone. Do not or take a bunch of pitches and all that stuff. I lean Cardinals, but no action here for me. I'd just rather take the dog in a game where it doesn't mean nothing to either opponent.
90% of the tickets, 85% of cash on the over, and this is moving towards the under. And then on the money line here, we have 28% of the tickets and 48% of cash on the Cardinals and Miles Michaelis. And this line's not moving at all. This line is not moving at all. The Cards opened up at plus 115, now they're plus 116. And both bullpens are pitching well. Yeah, I'm with Sharpie. I do think it's the Cards in the under.
I'd agree with that.
Nut Flush Allen says, I said a few weeks ago in the showing the Giants will be cutting ties with multiple players. Those players are trying to find homes. Effort from these guys has brought the offense back from dead. Okay, I'm interested in the cards and under. I don't know if I get to the window on those, but I'm certainly going to keep looking at them. All right, it is time to move on to college football and to review all of MLB. But don't forget, we have a birthday pick for Crystal Craig. A birthday pick for Crystal Craig here.
Well, can I give it out real quick? Because I guess the game's about to happen.
Yes.
Cincinnati Reds, full game money line, right there for you, Crystal. It's just a sweet spot for all of the like kind of market analysis I like. All the money and bets on the Cubs. We're moving down to the Reds. I've bet on Nick Martinez a few times at the end of the season. He's cash money for me. Cincinnati Reds officially there. And Crystal, if you want to get nuts, Crystal, if you want to get nuts, go ahead and take those rocks tonight as well. Go ahead and take those rocks. But there you go.
Oh yeah, we got Skylar as well. Don't worry. Don't worry. We gotta just make sure that these are winners, man. Truth Teller saying that Troy is on the Cubs. I'm surprised he's on the Cubs with this market move.
Respectfully, Cub is very much like myself on the Red Sox. You know, I see the Troy and the Cubs every day.
My birthday pick today for Crystal Craig and for Skylar. I'm going to give it for both of you guys. Nutflesh said, would you believe me if I told you Giants had 30 runs in the last 5 games? I'm surprised they have. This is, I think, the best spot on the board. It is for me, is the Edmonton Elks team total under 22.5 at minus 112 at Pinnacle. If you can only get a 21.5, that's fine. It is the Edmonton Elks team total under. I think that is the best bet on the board.
Well, and I'll give Skylar a different birthday pick for Crystal Craig, and we just talked about it. Skylar, enjoy rooting against the Los Angeles Dodgers here, as I'm sure you have been raised to do. Root against the Dodgers and hope they fail at every turn. Colorado Rockies.
And I know that Daby Cab's birthday pick would have been Vladimir Guerrero over 1.5 bases.
Yes.
Vladimir Guerrero over, and Crystal Craig will love that because she's a Jays fan.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Still
copied
no
and pasted it, Kong. We're good. We'll talk about it here because we're ready to rock into college football.
Yes.
So we just need from Wine Time Sports, who's about to join us. So let's review all MLB action here. And Chris is already on Vladdy before Dab said it. Perfect.
Beautiful.
Okay, so I'm on the unders in this Reds-Cubs game, which has been violently moving against me. Ugh. Unbelievable. I just, that's not always a recipe for disaster. It's just embarrassing.
It just makes you extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah, you'll cash a lot of them still. It's not.
And again, it's not like there's all the money on the under and we're moving the opposite direction. Like if we bet the Cubs and then was moving the other direction, we'd feel like ass clowns even more. But at least all the money's on the over and it's moving in the money direction.
Ugh. I'm going to be on the under in White Sox Tigers. I just want to know exactly what's going on with the Tigers. Phillies Nationals. Skylar's the coolest, man. She's the coolest. Phillies Nationals, no action. Pirates first 5 plus a half is the taint play today. Jose moved on it. I moved on it. But Johnny K's best bet is the Yankees. Daby Cab is on the Vladimir Guerrero over 1.5 bases at minus 123. Jose is 2. And I don't know it's just too expensive. It's just the whole thing's just too expensive. Astros, Guardians, we stayed off. Rays, Red Sox, we stayed off. Royals, Braves, we stayed off. Pablo Lopez over 18.5 outs, plus 105 for Jose. I expect to be on the Twins first 5 minus a half. I just want to wait a little bit longer. We're going to be on the Rockies. I do want to know that I guess it's Yamamoto. So, and I'll be on the Rockies regardless. Mets, Brewers, no action. Rangers, Angels, no action. Then, market would indicate that the first 5 over in Padres, Arizona is the spot, but I don't think I move on it. Joe Yurkovich's underdog specials, the Oakland A's at plus 144. And I kind of have a little bit of a lean to the Cards and the under. We have the skunt bag play of the day here. I'm going to copy and paste that here so we can discuss it with our NCAA football expert, Wine Time Sports, who's coming up here shortly. Let's get that up here. And then let's just review, just so you guys remember, the MLB action from our cappers in the chat. Gerald Jones is on the Rangers first 5 -0.5. Justin McKelvey is on the Brewers, and he's on the Mariners. Seattle Mariners -1.5 at plus 128. Great to have Justin McKelvey back in business with us, fresh off cashing the CeeDee Lamb prop at the alternate line at plus 133 over 89.5 last night. Shout out to our guy, Justin.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
I love the Nut Flush Allen family. Ron Crawford on the spreadsheet play of the day dog, Kansas City Royals. Christopher Carter on the Mets team total over 3.5. Then we have chosen one on Atlanta, Kansas City under 7.5. And the play of the day for 9 legacy is the Twins, Giants, Yankees money line parlay. He's also on the Hurricanes on the spread and Washington Huskies on the money line. Sharpie gave us Yankees first 5 team total under 2.5 and Royals team total under 3.5. Again, he got that at -145, which I get. I was offering me at -165, and then Pinnacle not giving the 2.5, which tells me it's going to cash. When 365 is putting it out of your comfort zone, and then Pinnacle's not even giving you that number, tells me it's going to cash. So that is our MLB for today. It is time to move on to college football. Jose, you will come back for some camel racing glory.
Yeah, I don't know what noise camel makes, but we'll be back then soon.
They spit. They spit like the Hawk Tua girl, man. That's what they do. And I don't know if they spit like hawks, but they spit. Let's bring on our next guest. He is crushing college football this season. Our college football experts are doing a hell of a job. We have 2 games on Friday. One game he's already capped with you guys, so that can be kind of tight. And then he wants to also talk about the Louisville Notre Dame game tomorrow. So without further ado, coming to us from Los Angeles, California, please welcome our guy, Wine Time Sports, to the telecast. Wine Time, what's good, man?
Jimmy the Bag, my guy. Good to be back with you here on a weekday, man. It's crazy. It's already week 5 of college football, man. But let's just keep it rocking and rolling and cash these tickets, man. I'm excited to break these games down with you.
Yes, you are running so well, and I apologize that I don't have your record up. I do promise you that it will be up next week because it hurts our show not showing your record. It hurts us not showing your and putting that terrible record up. That's God, that's just trash, man. That's what we want to show everybody. My shit ass record, just okay, all right. And there was just 1 week. I had 1 week where I just doubled down on a couple bets, and it just. Everything else has been great. In 1 week, I doubled down and hurt myself. Let's get to work. Wine time. We start with the action at 7:30 p.m. Eastern tonight. Virginia Tech Hokies at the number 7 ranked Miami Hurricanes. And we've heard from the cappers in the chat. Kong's Clips. Miami minus the points. He says, you can tell everyone that is my best bet for today. Coin Currency's play of the day is the under 54.5. We have more action too from other cappers on this game. Tom Leach is on Virginia Tech first half plus 10. Says, I like Miami full game, but I think this first half could be closer than most expect. Let's set this one up. Virginia Tech coming off that loss at home to Rutgers. That was very important to us. I know you were on that. I was on that as well. It was all very relaxed and comfortable until things fell apart there in the fourth quarter and made us panic. But Rutgers got the job done, won outright as 3.5 point dogs, closed at 3.5. And then Miami is just destroying football teams. You were on them in week 1. There's tons of sharp action on the Florida Gators. You did not believe any of it. In fact, you doubled down as the week went on, and they destroyed Florida 41-17. Florida A&M, they beat 56-9. Ball State, they beat 62-0, and they're coming off heading over to South Florida and beating them 50-15. They are covering spreads, and they are dominating the opposition. Let's get into the line history here for this one and the cash flow, and then hand it over to our expert. Let's move over here and just get the line history up, and let's roll. So this is sorry if you hear my children yelling in the background. We have Miami -17 at -116. This is a pinnacle. They opened up at -17 at -108, and this got up to -19, a juiced -19, and got up to -20. This was a -20 yesterday morning at 8:58 a.m. So we've had considerable buyback, 3 points of buyback on Virginia Tech. Now, still, there's been an 8-cent move to the Hurricanes, but that is very noticeable. We've already heard from Coin. The Coin currency play of the day is the under 54.5. This has moved to 54. This opened up at 56 at Pinnacle. So we've had a 2-point move towards the under, and it is juiced towards the under. Let's see if the cash flow correlates with the market moves here. We have 32% of the tickets and 46% of the cash on Virginia Tech. And on the total, we have 35% of the tickets and 53% of cash on the under. Is this a spot where we've watched Miami destroy the opposition and it's sort of a short week? I wonder if the market's telling us that Miami could be a little bit vulnerable. This team that's just destroying the opposition each week in and week out. Is it really going to be the Hokies that slows them down? Take it away, Wine Time. Floor is yours. Huge Friday night football game that we all want action on. So take it away, my man.
Yes, sir. Yeah, this is a big-time matchup here. First game of the ACC for both teams. One of the teams I was really high on going into the season is Miami U. Really high on Cam Ward, this whole team that they brought over, the running back, Damian Martinez. They returned Xavier Restrepo. They got that Tyler Barron guy from Tennessee that could have probably gone to the NFL last year on the edge, who's just causing havoc for this defensive line over there in Miami. Jimmy, this team's impressive. This team has pretty much everything in the tool shed to make a national title run. I'm definitely high on this team. They've been blowing teams out left from right. I mean, they're averaging 51 points on offense to start this year. That's second in the nation. Just absurd, man. And they're giving Cam Ward time to throw. Going into the season, I thought they were going to try to get their running backs involved a little bit early. They kind of did that in the Florida game. They rotated a lot of the guys out, but it was very much a Cam Ward type blowout game. And ever since then, he's kind of just been throwing the ball like at a crazy rate right now. Damian Martinez hasn't been used too much, actually, going into this game. Neither has Mark Fletcher. I mean, these guys have only gotten a couple carries in a couple games, honestly. I don't know how in shape these guys actually are. Looking at Virginia Tech, though, man, you already said it earlier. We're on the Rutgers +3 last week, and they get the game outright. They're in control going into that fourth quarter. Virginia Tech can't stop the run. Rutgers, they pounded the ball down their throat, and they couldn't stop them. 4 yards, 4 yards, 4 yards, 4 yards. And Virginia Tech, they had some life there in the fourth quarter. Kyron Jones, man, this guy's got every tool in the shed to be really good, not just the college level, but the NFL level too. He's 6'2", 235. He's got a big body. He's got a nice arm. It's just his decision making. His offensive line hasn't been protecting him too much to start this year, which has been a big issue. He's been taking some pretty big hits. He's a big guy, though. When things break down, I want to see him run with the ball. He's good with the ball in his hand, get 5-6 yards at a time. Take a couple hits, but slide down on the ground. Try to avoid those big hits, but try to take chunk plays. And against this Miami team, I feel like that's what you're going to have to do. Going into the season, Jim, I'm on both win totals, over 9 for Miami, over 8 for Virginia Tech. Going into the season, I had this circled as an upset for Virginia Tech in the beginning of the season. I wrote it down in my notebook, and I'm looking at it right now, and I just think Virginia Tech can go here into Miami. I mean, think about this. Kyron Jones and Cam Ward are cousins. These guys train with each other in the offseason. They have the same quarterback coach back at Texas. They've been training together for the last 5 or 6 years. first game they're going against each other in the collegiate level. It's going to be fun. And I think KD here is going to have a big game as long as he can be protected. Like I said, I hope to see him run with the ball a little bit more, and I hope to see them get their running backs involved a little bit more. They're not running the ball at a super efficient rate right now. But I just think with this many points, man, I mean, I got it in at 19 yesterday. I saw it was at 17 pretty much all week. It went to a 20 yesterday. I debated it. I let it get down to a 19.5. I let it get down to a 19. Said no more. I'm taking at the 19 before it drops. What do you know? It's back at a 17.5. Would I take it at 17.5? Absolutely, because I have this as, honestly, I would take it all the way down to a Virginia Tech plus 10, because even if they go down early, I think Kyron Jones in garbage time too, we saw what he did against Rutgers. He can put points on the board. They're going to have explosive plays, and they're going to have to limit the explosive plays on Miami side of the football too. I mentioned Damian Martinez earlier. He hasn't gotten too much action this year, and he's very much the starting running back. Fletcher's right behind him, and they got that freshman who's actually leading them in rushing yards only because they've been up late in the games, and he's been getting the carries in the third and fourth quarter. I don't know how in shape these running backs are for Miami going into this game. And Virginia Tech did struggle against the run last week, but I think they have some things that they got to clean up over there. And not to mention they have an edge rusher named ARP. He's got 6 sacks, 2 forced fumbles from Virginia Tech. This guy's a first-round draft pick. Not a lot of people knew about him going into this year. Physical specimen over there. He's quick off the ball. Watch him get in Cam Ward's face a lot today. Miami has done a good job of protecting him. But with that being said, I just think this is too many points at 17.5. I got it at 19 yesterday. I still like it at 17.5. I'm not saying Virginia Tech's going to win this game. They could. Don't get me wrong. If you want to throw a little something on that plus 600, this might be a spot. Miami could win every other game after this, but this might be a letdown spot for Miami. Jim mentioned it earlier. They're blowing every team out. Everyone's on this Miami team right now. Looking at the percentage of bets, 35% of bets, about 45% of money, contrarium. I think they can hang tight here with this Miami program.
Wow. And so Kong is 14-2 when the line is moving against them. Here it moves against them. Gordon Kofsky says Miami covers the 17.5. So let's make this official. Oh, did you tweet out your action on Virginia Tech?
I did. Yeah, I gave it out yesterday. Yep.
So what did you get? Plus 19?
Plus 19 minus 110.
You got it. Plus 19 minus 110. G. Martinez does not think contrarian action is going to hit in this one, but Virginia Tech plus 19 for wine time sports. Look, I'm extremely interested. You know, when I see the market moving like this, I just don't think that, I think it's sharp action. And here, this is coming from a capper and wine time who also, you bet the over with Miami. You had them. Didn't you have them to?
I have them to win the national title. I have Cam Ward to win the Heisman, along with Jackson Dart and Ole Miss as well. Those are my 2 teams I really keyed on going into this season. But like I said, I think Miami could lose this game and still win every other game the rest of the season. I don't think they're going to lose this game, but I mean, Virginia Tech is live here. It's cousin against cousin. It's going to be a war. I think this is going to be Kyron Jones' biggest game of the season so far. And I think Virginia Tech's only going to get better as the season goes on when they get into ACC play. Their schedule isn't too tough, and they've got so many seniors. I mean, look at the wide receiver and the offensive line. I mean, all these guys are grad students, 5th-year seniors defensively. A lot of guys aren't transfers, guys that have been with this program 2-3 years, and they've played a lot of snaps. I just think that they can. This is Miami's biggest test. Miami can beat these guys by 20 plus. Oh man, Miami's they're looking good. They're going to be the top team in the nation, in my opinion. But this is going to be a little bit of a tough matchup for them.
DC Capper says Miami will crush the Hokies. Let me ask you this: if Rutgers was in this spot, and we're just about to talk about them, if Rutgers was heading to Miami, and let's say what would the difference? Let's say would this be like a plus 14?
It could be, but if it was in that case, I think Miami would blow Rutgers out the water in Miami, honestly, because we'll talk about Rutgers, how they play. It'd be interesting. I think Miami would have a better chance of blowing out Rutgers than Virginia Tech.
Okay.
If that's crazy to think, yeah.
Very, very interesting. And again, do you agree with the market move from 56.5 down to 54.5?
I know. I've been looking at that this morning, man. I'm like I said, because both if these teams are running the ball a little bit more, And these defenses are showing up to play. I do think this goes under. I have a lean to the under. I don't have anything in it. I might get to the window on it. I think I might have lost the number already. But I would only lean to the under.
Wow. Very, very interesting. Wine time on Virginia Tech. Other cappers on the other side. I'm extremely interested here in Virginia Tech. But I've got to sit with this for a little longer if I'm going to go up against some of these monsters that are on Miami and join wine time. I think I get there, but I'm going to need a little bit more time. Let's roll on to the second spot on the board. We have action from our cappers in the chat in this one as well. I just want to go up to the top and make sure that I'm not missing anything here. Beautiful. Okay, so we are perfect. Okay, so this is what we have from the chat. We have our guy Ron Crawford and our guy Skunk Blaster with plays of the day. Ron Crawford's play of the day is the Washington Huskies. And the Skunk Blaster is on Rutgers first quarter money line at -125. Nutflesh says, if you want that dog, look at the team total over, but he says he can't bet it. No, I feel you. Pig Milk play of the day. How did I miss Pig Milk? I've only got Chalky White's college football parlay. Damn, can you hit us with Pig Milk again? That's my fault. That's just lack of sleep. I need to know Pig Milk because the only thing I got was that Chalky White. So could you hit us with that again, please? I need to know. Or maybe I put it here. Maybe I just missed it. Sorry, let me just check out here. No, I missed it. I need it.
Oh, yeah. I can't get my mouth around that thing. Oh,
I don't need it that bad, Jose. That's I've never needed anything in my life that bad. Also, NJ Striker says blackout game. Piscataway is going to be rocking. Let's roll. Huskies, Rutgers, Scarlet Knights. Rutgers made us look very good last week with that 26-23 outright victory. They were playing, very, very well. They've been playing very, very well. Destroyed Howard, destroyed Akron. We didn't want to know how for real they were, and we got that. Information. The Huskies bounced back from that 24-19 loss to Washington State. They came back and took out Northwestern 24-5 at home. Another low-scoring Northwestern game. So the Huskies bounced back, and Rutgers feels good about themselves. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We'll start with the total. This total is at 45 at a pick'em. 45 at a pick'em. Opened up at 46.5 and got down to 44.5. We've had a half point of buyback. And then on the spread, we have this at -1 and -114. This opened up for Rutgers, -1. This opened up for Rutgers at -3. So there's been a big move towards the Huskies, a big one. Let's see the money line to get a better sense of all of this. On the money line right now, the Huskies are +107 at Pinnacle. They opened up at +126. But this did get to -101 on Tuesday. So then there was considerable buyback on Rutgers. Rutgers got up to -153 on... Oh, sorry. So that was on Monday. So then on Tuesday, they got to -153. So this has been bouncing all over the place. And now we have Rutgers -120 and the Huskies at +107. Let's take a look at the cash flow then for this one. 70% of the tickets and 57% of cash on the over. And on the spread here, 46% of tickets and 58% of the cash on Washington. And on the money line, 77% of the tickets and 92% of the cash on Rutgers, and this line's moving away from them. Absolutely wild. And I know you've already broken this one down, so you don't need to go over the same things from our video. You can just talk about this market move towards the Huskies, what you gave out, and how you feel about it. So take it away.
Yeah, Jim. Hey, shout out to everyone out there that watched the clip out too. I think we're at like 1.3K on this video on PSR. So if you haven't checked it out, go check it out for the full breakdown here. This is one of the games, it happens every week. A lot of the lines move in my favor, but some of the lines move out of my favor. And that's what happened in this spot. I got in early on the week at Rutgers. I was big on them against Virginia Tech. I got in on them late. I was eyeing them all week. And when Jimmy told me he was on them, I had to make them official. And what did they do? They pounded the rock. I mentioned it earlier, 4 yards, 4 yards, 4 yards. This team's really aggressive under Greg Schiano, man. They run the ball at a 65% rate, which is 7th in the nation. The teams that are ahead of them are teams like UCF and Army and, the academy schools. So with that being said, they've got an elite running back too, Kyle Mananga. I always struggle with that name. Playing really well right now for the Rutgers, running the ball at a very efficient rate. He's one of the better running backs, honestly, in the Big Ten and in the nation right now. He's came out from surprise. I didn't know much about this kid coming to the season, but we saw what he did last week, and we see what he's been doing on a week-to-week basis right here. Looking at Washington, on the other hand, they're running the ball pretty at a good rate too. They've got that running back. I believe his name's Jonathan Coleman. Yeah, he's averaging 7 yards a carry, playing big-time football right now. I think it's going to be a smash-mouth type of football game, man. Rutgers coming off a big road win. It definitely, I don't like it when the line moves in not my favor, but in this spot on a Friday night, I don't agree with the line movement of it moving towards Washington because I think Rutgers is just going to keep pounding the ball, and their quarterback 80 is just going to be able to get the ball out just in time, or AK, sorry, just in time to his receivers in third and short situations, and they're going to eat up some clock. Under had a little bit of an interest in for me, but I'm staying off the total in this one, guys. I'm on Rutgers. I gave it out Monday at -135. The line's gotten away big time. I still like them right now, but I'm already in on them. So give me Rutgers -135.
Rutgers -135. Interesting. And you thought long and hard about moving on the under.
Yeah, I was considering it because I do think, the way Rutgers plays, they're so physical, and they're going to be very physical with Washington. I forgot to mention Washington. They haven't left the state of Washington yet this year, and it's almost October. This is a long road trip to them on a Friday night. Everything I'm hearing is that Rutgers, a lot of fans are going to show out for this game. This is the blackout game. Don't get me wrong. Washington, they've got a lot of good players over there, and they've got a really good head coach in Jed Fish over there that's trying to start keep the program going at a really good rate. But I like Rutgers in this spot.
Wow. A lot to think about now in this one. Okay. And Scumbag play today is Rutgers, first quarter money line. And NCAA football play of the day from Ron Crawford is Washington. Great stuff. So we've got our guy and a great video broke down on our PSR homepage. Check it out. It's Wine Time starring in it, and he is on the Scarlet Knights. We move on to Saturday action. This is our last game of the day. And I wouldn't mind taking a second to go over my action here, because yesterday on the show, we talked about this game with Bobano, and he gave us Louisville +7 at -122. And I sat with this game, and I moved on the under 46 at -107. I made 7 bets last night around 2 a.m. South Florida +5.5 at -111. Northern Illinois +7 at even money. UNLV -2.5 at -108. This under 46 at -107. UL Monroe Warhawks +7 at -110. Memphis Tigers -25.5 at -110. And Illinois Penn State under 48. And that move was a message from Wine Time. Told me to get on the Illinois Penn State under. See if you could still get it at 48. It took me like a day just to get because I don't ever straight tail. I when I get a message like that from Wine Time, I look into it and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. It just took me like a day to get there. But that was a look from Wine Time here, was to move on this under. Earl Sports Bets is on Notre Dame -6.5. Says Louisville's first true test. Says Irish by double digits. So on the other side of Bobano here, we talked about, Louisville getting past Georgia Tech despite being heavily outgained. And Notre Dame now, in the 2 weeks since getting upset by Northern Illinois, have outscored their opponents 94-10, and that being Purdue and Miami of Ohio. Take it away, wine time. Louisville Cardinals, Notre Dame fighting. Sorry, I didn't do the final line movements, and we should talk about that. So let me just grab that really quickly and set this up. What we have here, 3:30 p.m. Get this up. Here we go. So we have now a minus or a plus 6.5. Now it's a minus 101. You can still kind of get sevens out there. This got down to 6 on the 25th. We saw it come back to a 7 yesterday when we did our show. Now it's back at 6.5 again. There's still been a 1.5 move towards the Irish. And then on the total here in this one, we have this right now at a 45.5 at some books, juiced under at 46. And we have it dropping from 48, so a 2-point move. And to remind you guys of the cash flow here, because we talked about it yesterday, we have, just blew past. We have 9. Oh, sorry, that's not important. On the total, we have 65% of the tickets and 65% of the cash on the over. That's come down a lot from the last 24 hours. That was a very heavy public spot on the over before. And on the spread, we have 57% of tickets, 58% cash on the Irish. Wine Time Sports. Take it away. Cardinals fighting Irish.
Yeah, Jim, this is going to be a good game, man. Two fairly younger coaches that have their programs going in the right direction, and Jeff Brom and Marcus Freeman. I'm a big fan of both of these guys. Jeff Brom, man, he really knows how to run an offense over there. These last couple of years, he's turned this Louisville program completely around. They like to rotate all three of their running backs. They like to run the ball. They've got that quarterback, Tyler Shaw, the transfer from Texas Tech, played a lot of ball over there. He's like a fifth-year guy right now. He's made fairly no mistakes out there. I mean, he's had a lot of time to throw. There's a lot of good talent on this Louisville offensive line that I think a lot of people are going to be surprised about. A lot of these guys been with the program for a while. A couple of these guys are NFL prospects out there. You look at Notre Dame on the other side, coming defensively, one of the better defenses in the nation. We see what they've been doing on a week-to-week basis. They took a loss at Northern Illinois spot at home a couple weeks ago, man. I think in this spot, Notre Dame's going to definitely – they need this win. Louisville, this is definitely a college football implications kind of game for Notre Dame, because if they drop this one, I don't know what their chances are of getting into the college football playoff still with a 2-loss team without having some good, solid wins on your resume like here against Louisville at home. I do think Notre Dame's most likely going to blow these guys out the water. I can't do it right now just because I'm big on Jeff Brom. I like what he's doing over there with Louisville. Notre Dame on that side too. Got to mention Riley Leonard, man. He's been a major disappointment for this team so far. The first couple games, he's averaging about. It's not good. He doesn't really know this offense too well. I want to see him get the ball to his playmakers a little bit more, and I want to see him get protected a little bit more up front because they still have a lot of talent over there on that offensive line. But their defense is very much going to keep them in every single ball game. They've just got a lot of physical specimens over there on the defensive line. They've got a good secondary. It's going to be a big test to Louisville. I think this game's going to be one in the trenches. Notre Dame will probably end up winning this game by 7 to 10 points. I could definitely see that. But I think this is going to be a smash mouth type of football game. I think it's going to be hard for Louisville to go down the field multiple times and score touchdowns. I think they're going to have to settle for field goals. Notre Dame, too, they've been struggling in the red zone as well. They've been struggling to honestly score, and this Louisville defense is no joke. I love the under. I got in on the under 48 on Monday night. I still love it here at 46. If you can get a 46 still, I like it all the way down to a 44. I think this is going to be a smash mouth type of football game, like I said. And Notre Dame, they've got so much talent over there on that defensive side of the football that's just been causing havoc so far. So I'm leaning the Notre Dame side, especially seeing them as a -7, 15 against 16. Notre Dame already has a loss. They need this win very much more than Louisville. So I'm leaning on the Notre Dame side as well, but give me the under 48, but give it to me still at 46.
And you tweeted this one out as well.
Tweeted this one out on Monday, yeah.
So I'd be extremely interested if you also move on the Irish here.
It definitely feels like an Irish spot. Like I said, like they need this game. And if they beat these guys by double digits, that's going to definitely help them out in the rankings too, going throughout the rest of the season. Louisville could lose this game, still have a chance to go to ACC title game, still have a chance to make the college football playoff. I haven't done a deep dive on the rest of their schedule the rest of the year, but they've got a lot of talent over there in Louisville. But this just seems like such a Notre Dame spot. Yeah, I might have to move on this too, man. If I do, I'll definitely text you and tweet it out. Nothing yet, but I'm definitely leaning towards the side. If I can get like a 6.5, I'd like it more than a 7 for a little bit of it, probably a little more juicy. But I kind of want to see where this line goes up until tomorrow, like when I wake up in the morning, probably.
Well, I mean, because I think it's 6.5. Let me just verify that 6.5 across the board right now because, yeah, it's 6.5.
Oh yeah, I see 6.5.
6.5, lots of 6.5. Because Nutflush Allen says if you like Louisville, wait, the tax will come. Don't you think? Do you think the public's going to come in on the Irish?
That is a tough spot right now. I mean, we've got 57% of bets, 58% of money on the Irish right now. There's definitely a lot more Notre Dame fans out there on Louisville on game day, so there'll probably be a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, I definitely could see a little bit more public money coming in on Notre Dame the day of the game. Yeah, the 6.5 does look appealing, Jim. Now you got me thinking about this, honestly. Seems like a perfect Notre Dame spot. It's coming off 20. Yeah, it's tough, though. And
then, and you don't need to make this decision now. We all just need to follow at Wine Time Sports on X because he puts all his action out. Earl Sports Bet says, what about Louisville team total under?
I could see that. What is that team total at right now? Do you have that available?
Yes. And Kongscliff says, damn, I'm on Louisville outright. Says they're undervalued in the market and their defense will stop the one-dimensional Notre Dame offense.
I do think they can do that as well, Kongs. I do. It's a tough game, man, sidewise.
Well, if it's a tough game, like I like the under, and I don't need to, force more action. But it doesn't feel too forced. It just sounds like, the one of the problems here is that it's fun, and you got to stop it from ever. It's always going to be fun. Obviously, you want it. Just the total is enough for me to have extra juice in the game, but also you kind of want to be watching with the side in this one. The team total for Louisville, it's telling us that it's going under because they're not giving you options at Pinnacle. They're only giving you 21.5, and it's minus 155 to the under. So, they're setting up a line that they think that the pros aren't going to want to bet because it's too juiced. And I often keep an eye out for those situations and try and find a book that I can move on it at. So let's just see what it is here at 365. They're hanging the 6.5 at a pick'em right now. Ooh. And they've got 19.5 at minus 115. And that's it. There's no options. There's no alternate lines.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I'm just gonna stay off the side, keep that total. Just because I do think it's gonna be a smash mouth type of football game. If Notre Dame beats these guys, they're gonna have to prove that they can score points against a good defense. And that's something I haven't seen quite yet. So it'll be interesting to see.
It may this is so funny. It may be a sign. I get there's always one point in the show I get weird goosebumps, because we're talking about gambling, we're talking about what we're gonna do, because we're talking about whether or not we bet Notre Dame, and then all of a sudden the Irish King says, "Holy fuck! I passed out on a couch. I was watching, cushed as fuck." So the Irish King has woken up in the middle of the Notre Dame breakdown. Oh man,
that's great.
Okay, well, the Irish King came out and rocked. Wow, Devontae Adams and Max Crosby both out this weekend for the Raiders.
Wow.
And I'm already on them.
Wow.
All I had to do was wait a little bit on that one. Let's hear what Bovada. It's under 21.5 minus 165. Okay, I guess I'll just respect Irish King. Respect. Okay, I'm comfortable with the under. Wine Times moved on the under 48 minus 110. I got the under 46. I'll just go through that and run. What a performance you have rocked for all of us and for the community and for our friends, family, and colleagues. And it's great, it's important. It's so important. And your first year rocking with us, and you've just been cashing and breaking great breakdowns as well. You're the real deal, Wine Time, and some of us got to run with you at Pubapalooza 3 and get to know your real deal, but you truly are. Billy Friedrich says, great breakdowns and work as always, Wine Time. Much love, my man. Please support our guy Wine Time on X. He comes out here. He gives us all of his best angles on Wednesdays and Fridays. And follow him on X. I'm going to pop his Twitter handle here in the chat. But please go and support our guy Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, have a monster weekend, my friend. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, Jim, always a good time doing this show with you, man. I'm glad you're back. Glad you had a good time in Hawaii and you're feeling a little better. I know you're under the weather earlier this week, but always a pleasure, my man, sharing the screen with you, getting this cash, man. Let's just keep it going, man. You know, we're just getting started. Like you always say, we're just getting started. So let's just keep it going. Give me a follow over at X Wine Time Sports. You'll catch me tomorrow morning with Daby Cab and Moose in the morning, tailgate, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then right after that, Boston the Sauce from about 8 a.m. to about 8:45 Pacific Standard Time. And then I'm not sure if the live stream's in the morning or at the evening game. But
yeah, they pushed it. They pushed it.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big time game right there, man. Georgia Bama, man. That's a game I don't have a play in yet. So might have to get something on that, but we'll see. It's gonna be a fun game to watch regardless. But yeah, thanks for having me, Jim. Always a blast, man. Let's get this cash and good luck to you on all your action this weekend.
That's our guy, Wine Time Sports. That is our show for today, but we have $100 up for grabs. Thanks to our guy, Cody Norton, AKA the Skunt Blaster. What a guy he is. Just immediately, without a second thought, just wanted to put it back into the community. Just quality, man. So it is time to bring Jose Bouquett back. We'll review all the action at the very end of the show, but let's award somebody $100. Let's have some fun. How many gold members do we have, Jose, first, and how many heats are we running, my man?
We have 82. Can you hear me and everything's all right?
Yeah, your money.
All right, beautiful. Yeah, 82 gold members here. So shout out to everyone here. Divided into 3 heats of 27. Everyone knows the round number of 27. And of course, we are riding the Camel here today. So I wish everyone luck. Heat 1, I'll quickly read off. Mendoza, Al Cervic, Fanatical Jim, Zoe Faye, Dutch Boy Fresh, Chill Will, Saturated, Philly Eagle Flyer, Salty Pete, Ryan Kozlowski, TJ, George Wood, Big O, Jimmy the Bag, Matty Ice, Kelly McInnes, Jeff Slaughter. Shout out to you, Kelly, by the way, winning earlier this week.
Yeah. Those camels look nice, man. This is going to be dope.
NJ Stryker, Kenny Can, Sports Money, Gerald Jones, Nutflush 16, O'Brien, Palmer, Goron, Nikovsky, Kong Clips, and Billy Friedrich. Yes, all on this first race. 27 people. And by the way, gold members. I looked up and I saw Markel is just a regular Weeby Pubin member. So I appreciate you, Markel. But gold members are for these cold.
And before we race, is it top 3 or top 4, Jose?
We'll do top 3. Top 3 here. And Ryan's asking where the Ducks. We have not done Ducks on this program, but I've heard that the Ducks are apparently taking storms here. But we're serious cappers here. We race camels, the sport of kings, and we're often racing in the first heat here. The sport of kings, as they call it. Fernando Mendoza, Goron, Matty Ice, TJ, everyone kind of still in the mix here. Saturated, Philly Eagle Flyer, all in this mix. You know, it's kind of funny. I guess they don't kind of pull away from the pack. They all kind of stay together, Jimmy.
Yeah, they do.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Take it away here. Who's going to come out on top?
Gordon Nikovsky right in the mix. There's Billy Friedrich as well. Fernando Mendoza. The camels are separated by, I guess, a length. Everybody in the mix. Jimmy the Bag coming up. Matty Ice. Zoe Faye, our friend Zoe Faye. Oh, but push has come to shove. And here comes Nutflush Allen. The camel wants the wire. Nutflush pushing through. Stride after stride after stride. This race is Nutflush Allen's. His camel is the fastest.
Wow. The top 3 there. Very tight.
Kelly McInnes and Nutflush Allen. What a performance by Nutflush Allen. My good God. I mean, we're talking Egypt's fastest camel in the house. Spectacular work by Nut Flush On. Maybe it's because of Skylar's magic. It's Skylar's birthday. Maybe it's Skylar's magic. Kelly makes the finals. $100 on the board. $100 available. Nut Flush Allen, Al Cervic, Kelly, and Salty Pete was right there. Our friend Salty Pete was right there. But didn't make it through. I love that. That was a great race. That was great for Nut Flush Al. He digs in and just stride after stride. What a good-looking camel.
That was a great camel race there. I was shocked at that late pace. I didn't think anyone was going to break through there. And
the camel was soaring through the air, stride after stride. It was one of the most dominating camel races I've ever seen. One of the most dominating camel performances I've ever seen.
Agreed. I would agree there, but can he do it?
Okay, but it's 0-0 after 2, so.
Oh, good. I forgot that game was going. You just hit me with a wave of, oh my God, that bet is going anxiety. So that's lovely. But we're still racing camels, so the baseball doesn't matter to me yet.
Matters
it's
to
a
me very much.
Beautiful race. We have the second heat. Juan Ruiz, Justin McKelvey, Sam Colmer, Ricky Bobby, Oldie, Joey Harb, Bo Jackson, MMA Mad Hatter, Director 97, Juan Chavez, Tori Coker, Am I Lying, Rez Mob, Sharon Pulliam, Stacking Cream, our latest member, by the way. Thank you.
Wow, shout out to Stacking Cream. Respect.
Jason Meyer, Coin, Big T, J Dub, Julian Cesario, E. Burke, Joseph Thompson, Big Show Picks, Joey Marinaccio, I'm That Heat, Daby Cab, and the Sweaty Butcher. By the way, I saw he was on screen yesterday as well.
He was money too. He was funny and fun to hang out with. He was all these new cappers that we have joining us. Not new to but just making their debuts this year. Are money in the bank, man. Really adding to everything we're doing.
Agreed here. And we whip the camels and we ride. Here we go. Oh, look at these camels. This time we're getting some early pace by Coin here. Coin firing out. Impressive start. But here comes the whole pack. J-Dub now in the lead. Juan Chavez in there. Who is that behind Juan Chavez? Is that Tori Coker back there? MMA Mad Hatter and Sammy Colmer. Daby Cab even at the top of the screen, Jimmy.
A very exciting race. A lot of camels battling up at the top. They're stacking cream. There's Big T, E. Burke, MMA Mad Hatter, who won a little while ago. These camels are tightly.
Oh, there goes T. Good God.
Something happened to T. Something happened to T's camel. MMA Mad Hatter trying to get to the finish line. We're getting to the final few strides here. And here comes Juan Chavez. Juan Chavez wants it more than everybody else. Juan Chavez finds the wire. What a performance by Juan Chavez. Ooh, Tori Coker second, Coin third. Respect, man. Justin McKelvey was in fifth, Bo Jackson in fourth. That was exciting. Juan Chavez's camel, he just dug in. He dug in and delivered victory.
Yes. Goron, you were in the first heat. Unfortunately for you, go on.
Yes. There's our guy, Lamont Williams, in the house. Nutflush Allen said, I'm paying for 2 memberships. I want 2 camels. He does have 2 camels in there, right?
Oh, Nutflush. There's 3 heats in this. You might have 2 horses in here. Who knows?
And also, Saturate asking if anyone qualified for the poker tournament last night. Saturate, how many guys did you have in yours? We had 164 in ours, and unfortunately, just heartbreak. Nick Earl came 6th on the bubble. Guillermo Zertucci came 10th. Peter Loshak came 12th. I came 21st. Very, very disappointing. We wanted someone else in there with you, Saturated.
Yeah, that's tragic. Jimmy.
Yeah.
Quiet as it's kept. When you put in the promo code, it looks like there's another tournament next weekend. Quiet as it's kept. Quiet as it's kept. It looks like it. I saw another purple tournament in there. I didn't see exactly, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe that promo code works for another tournament here. We'll see.
Okay, well, I will check it out. I will. check
All
it out.
right. Last heat here coming up. So if you
Uh-oh. I think we just lost Jose. I think his power just went out. This is going to make things tricky. I mean, he knows he's not here. I'll pull him here. I'll pull him. We've have 6 camels that have made it to the finals. Saturated thinks that's a great still. Oh, now it's just gone. We've had 6 camels make it to the finals, and not sure what's going to happen to these camels. I mean, we spend our whole life raising them. We train them to be elite athletes, and sometimes the power goes out and they can't race. And we scream, "No, God, no, God, let my camels run," is what we scream. And will our voices be heard? That is the question. As we scream at the top of our lungs, "Let our camels run," will our voices be heard? I'm not sure. Jose has disappeared from the backstage lounge. It's not much of a lounge. Bit of a more of a trap house, more of a crack house. It was a trap house that just slowly turned into a bunch of homeless people sleeping, doing meth. But we're gonna make the backstage real nice, real nice. Oldie says, "Do camels make milk?" Oh God, they do. Just the most precious camel. You've never drank camel milk? Oh, it is delicious. It is delicious. It does come from the camel's ass, though, so it's a little different than what we're used to here in North America. Joey Marinaccio says, "Rap serves without the Reds and Remos." Joey Marinaccio says, "Tell me about Hawaii in the downtime." Drew says he'd eat camel meat. It's not as good as pig milk. That is true. I think what we should do is we should review all action on tonight's show. But I can tell you, Hawaii in the downtime. The wedding was at in Paia, like a little sort of a fishing village in Maui, about 20 minutes away, 30 minutes away from the airport. And the wedding was Don Nelson has a bunch of houses, and they rented them all out, all of Don Nelson's houses. And it's right on the ocean, and there's giant sea turtles that like 15, 20 giant sea turtles right there on the water, and it was magic. The whole thing was great. And, Sonny is now happily married, and I think they're on their honeymoon right now as we speak. So it was perfect. Hawaii was incredible. The people were so friendly, and it couldn't have been any better. It was perfect, and Hawaii was magic. I can understand why people want to go so badly. Kong says camel milk tastes just like badger milk. Oh, then it's good. Then it's good. It looks like we are. I respect that, Kong. It looks like the race is being called off. Looks like the race is being called off, and so we have 6. I'm getting no messages from our guy Jose. So let's review all action. And we know the 6 camels that have gone on, and we have one more heat. So we will run that heat on Wednesday with Jose Bouquett. We're betting with Bouquet. So, or finish on tailgating. That's good idea, Kong. We'll drop that. So we know that 6 have moved on. It's a great idea, Kong. I'll talk to the oh, no, not Flush. Don't worry. But definitely, Kong, we can definitely do that. And Nut Flush, your camel's explosion was spectacular. Let's review all action here and put a bow on this show. Let's tap in quickly to the Cubbies game. We're through 2.5, 0-0. Feels very good, as that market was going swiftly against us late, which hasn't been that much of a problem. It's just embarrassing and just makes me flop sweat but it's not been that much of a problem ROI. And you see cappers like Noli Knows and others that when the line moves against them, they bet it again. So, thank you, Saturated. Your Camel's explosion was terrific. It does sound. It does sound like a good Pub Sports Radio shirt. So I will copy and paste that. I will copy and paste that. Your Camel explosion was terrific, and it's just PSR Camel Racing. Yeah, no, that's nice. That's real nice. Billy Friedrich, I still don't know what pig milk play today is. Could you please give me the pig milk play today, Billy? I need it. Does anybody else have it? I need it. Can somebody put the pig milk play today here? Billy Friedrich's chalky white college football parlay of the week is Ole Miss, Indiana, USC, Ohio, Bowling Green, LSU, and Utah, all on the money line. That's at plus 305. Gerald Jones, best bet play today, Texas Rangers, first 5, minus a half, minus 120. Stacks play today, number 1, the Brewers, plus 104. Play today, number 2, the Mariners, minus 1.5, plus 128. Ron Crawford, spreadsheet play today is Kansas City Royals, plus 174. Christopher Carter's rocked with me since I was out in Costa Rica. It's great to see him in the chat. Mets team total over 3.5. And then Kong's smash play of the day is Brian Battle and Joe Anderson Brito. Parlay at plus 137. Now it's at plus 102. Jose just sent me a message. It just said the raccoons are here. They've got me. So I'm not sure what's happened, but that family of raccoons, we've heard that they're bigger now. And they found Jose. So we'll have to stay in touch with them. Tom Leach is renaming his best bet to the exploding camel toe play of the day. Yeah, I just wrote back, film it. That's what I wrote back. So, I think in life, if something's going to go horribly wrong, just film it. Chosen one on Atlanta, Kansas City, under 7.5. Gordon and Koski on Cubs, AC Milan money line. Al Cervic says Virginia Tech in a nice letdown spot. Huh. I don't know if that. I'll have to ask Al, personally ask Al exactly what he meant by that. Gordon and Koski, because they're coming off of a loss. So you think it's Gordon and Koski, Blue Bombers, and Rutgers money line. Pig milk was Washington Rutgers first half over 22. Thank you on that Heat. Remo says tell him to save Helga and sacrifice his life. Yes, I would, but the thing is that Helga is at work. It's just Jose alone in this situation.
They're trying to keep the black man down, Jimmy. They won't. You're back. Yes. Hello. Yeah, my Wi-Fi and my power just went out. It was just great. It was lovely.
Okay. It's nice to have you back, Jose. I'm not entirely sure if that was the perfect comment to come back with. I think it's very questionable, extremely questionable comment to come back with, but welcome back.
Oh God, my Wi-Fi is being horrible right now, so I'm in and out. But it's nice to see you, and Jimmy. I'm glad. I just needed to make an entrance.
You certainly did that. Maybe lost a few friends with it, but you certainly did that. So can we still race?
I fucking sure hope so. We have a minute on the clock here. Again, if you didn't hear your name, you're in this race. We should be good to go. And let's hope that my Wi-Fi can come through.
All right, our final heat. So everybody is still alive who've made. So do you know who's made it in the first 2 rounds? Got that?
Yeah. I got that written in there. Nutflush, Al Cervic, Kelly, Juan Chavez, Torrey, and Coin, all in here already. The people that are remaining in here, I put Voodoo Rainer, but it's Voodoo Ranger, Boogie Main, Preston Ekdahl, Skunt Blaster, Jay Peasy, Helga, Jarek White, Ron Crawford, Ken Wood, Paul Taylor the Sailor, Big Ragu, Nutflush Allen, Crystal Craig. Hopefully she wins on her birthday.
On her birthday, that'd be nice.
Johnny Guns, Top Set, Connor Mac Picks, Nuke Worker, Chris Boggin, Nasty Nate, Kent Davies, Lil Domo, Randall Sheffield, Nate Dogg, K Wolf, myself, BT, and Ricky Levine.
Oh God, I better get it ready.
Yeah, prepare yourself for you know what. Lucky Power, I do not believe you are a gold member. I can give you the double check here real quick. And just because this is the last heat, I will double check here. Jimmy, I'm assuming you covered action and everything?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You recapped.
Oh, almost. No, we talked about Hawaii for a little bit.
Oh, how was Hawaii?
I also flipped around and showed taint.
I definitely need to turn around and watch that.
Yeah, just a quick flip. I have this thing that comes down from the ceiling, and I just hold on, and it flips me around. And I just got to
use
move
that to asphyxiate yourself. The thing that comes down from the ceiling.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. You're exactly right. The thing that I use to asphyxiate myself when I jerk it. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
All right. Well, see, there we go. I'm glad, like father, like son. Maybe it's passed down. Like a disease, like a sickness.
No, my father didn't pretzel and show his taint, and he wasn't raised with Cirque du Soleil, I guess. You know.
That's interesting. Well, I can't confirm that I obviously do it as well. So maybe we've started something.
I believe we have. Now let's get to camel racing.
All right, let's get to camel racing and Lucky Power where we be pubbing. So just upgrade your membership to gold. $9.99 a month, and you'll be up in here. All right, last heat. Let's get racing here. If the fucking start button was.
So what was the story about Lucky Power? Is he not a gold member?
He is not a gold member. He is only Weeby Pubbin, but we still appreciate him. And we're off and racing. There we go. Super full screen doesn't want to work. It doesn't matter. We're racing. It's beautiful. Look at Boogeyman in the lead here. Paul Taylor, the Sailor, out in front by half a length of a neck. And those are long lengths.
Yeah, those are long necks.
Long necks. Randall Sheffield, Helga in the mix. Connor Mac Picks. Watch out for the Rickies. This is going to be a good one, Jimmy.
0-0 after 3 in Wrigley. They're all tightly bunched here in our final heat. We have a Boogeyman on the inside. On the outside, we got K-Wolf. Jose Bouquett just stopped in his tracks. Paul Taylor, the Sailor, trying to get home. Jarek White still involved. And BT talked about his prowess aboard these guys. And there goes BT. He told us that he was the finest jockey. Oh no, but the new worker comes late. And I think BT still gets there. He does. And Nutflush Allen has two horses. Two camels, I should say. Nutflush Allen has 2 camels in the finals. Wow. Now, I think a lot of people are going to be very interested in that, getting a second membership.
You know, again, I'd hate to see it.
No, I don't think Fernando says you guys jinxed him. No, I mean, he made it to the finals. That's all he needs. All he needs is to get into the finals.
And in the finals, he is.
Oh, wow.
Nutflush Allen, BT, Nuke Worker, Coin, Tori Coker, Juan Chavez, Kelly McInnes, Al Service, and Nutflush 16 adorning our starting gate. He's got 1 and 9. Nutflush, great odds here. It'd be a shame if you blew it. You know, maybe the person making the rails, maybe it was biased against him. Who knows? But we're off and racing here. What a great race we have. A lot of fine gold members. We appreciate all of you. Kelly McInnes starting in the back as well as the Nutflush 1. But is Nutflush 16 going to bring it home for the Nutflush family? Skylar, $50 richer on her birthday.
100.
Well, $100. Oh God, Jimmy. What is I can't even have, I don't know what to say. Take it away.
We spoke about Nut Flush 16's Camel's explosion and how terrific its explosion is. And it caught the imagination of our viewers. Nut Flush 16, we know this Camel has turned the foot, but BT wants that money. BT and Nut Flush 16 going head to head in the final steps here. And here comes a new worker. Here comes a new worker. The new worker gets paid in full. Wow. Somebody get that blunt out of the nuke worker's mouth, take that beer out of his hand, and shake it. And then give him a long kiss on the mouth because he is our winner. And he's $100 richer. The nuke worker. Good God.
Sport of Kings.
100. And that's American. That's $100 American for Nuki. That's like 135 Canadian.
Nuke, your retirement, your pension, I think that's what it's called. You're good now.
Let's not tell Nuke. Let's just say that tell him that you made it to the finals. Let's just, because it's one thing when you know that you've won. Wow. Scumplaster says, have a Michelob on me. God, isn't Nuke fun in these live streams?
Yeah, he's electric.
And then he just gets so polluted that he bounces at halftime. It's perfect.
Oh, is that what?
Yeah, he's polluted. He bounces. He's
like, okay, boys, I'm gonna leave now. Oh.
He's so much fun. He's so much fun. Like he's like really enjoyable, man. That's true. Saturated. Shout out to UPK Ayash Yala with the $3 dono to bless all of our action. And DC Capper telling us that the Hurricanes minus 17.5 already cashed for him. The Hurricanes first half minus 10.5 already cashed. And the team total, and the over first half already cashed for our guy DC Cat. I love the confidence. BT, you're a class act, my friend. He had a tea time. Scum Blaster says. I don't believe that. No, he did have a tea time. So how should we tell? Because it's better if he doesn't know that he won.
Just don't tell him. He'll find out.
He'll find out. Yeah. I love that UPK Ayashala and Kong's clip says, tell everybody to tune in tomorrow morning for a bonus 2-unit parlay.
Yeah, by the way, I thought Kong has not missed on one of the 2-unit parlays, I think, this whole year.
It's just yeah.
And now after the Camel races are now done, Jimmy, I now can start sweating the baseball game as my hand, and oddly enough, I might be having a stroke because one of my hands is sweating and the other one isn't. So who knows? Maybe this is my last show as well.
It's going to be strange let's see what happens. But I mean, I swept the board yesterday. I'm off to a possible okay start. And then what?
Al Cervic, we just raced, Al. You should definitely rewind and watch.
It was
you
wild.
Definitely had a great sort of showing, Al.
Oh, Al Cervic, your camel explodes beautifully. Let's talk about some more action here in the chat before we shut it down. Odds bunch: Yankees first 5 team total under 2.5. Royals team total under 3.5. UPK Ayash Yala says for you to only worry when your tits sweat. And, you look like you got, sloppy tits. I've said that to you for years, but you don't.
No.
We saw you get slapped by another man. And I was surprised. They'll come, though. I think probably when you're about 33, you'll start, really.
6 more years?
Yeah, I think you'll have very sloppy tits by then.
Isn't that crazy to say? By the way, Wine Time now 30 years old. I'm only 3 years younger than Wine Time. Isn't that fucked up, huh?
I know. I don't think that's fucked up at all. What, that you're 3 years younger than Wine Time, or what, that he turned 30? What's fucked up about it all?
I think I'm 3 years younger than Wine Time. I feel like I'm fucking 23 still.
Okay. All right. Well,
where were you going with that?
I don't know. May God bless you on your travels, man.
Thank you. I heard someone once told me my 30s are supposed to be better than my 20s.
They are. They are.
Oh, Kelly, look, my kid is 27. Maybe you could be my dad too, Kelly.
Kong's Clip said he had sloppy tits at 7. So, some people get them earlier than others,
Yeah.
they're a hard thing to lose too.
I had sloppy tits my freshman year of college. I gained my freshman 25 and then I lost it.
Okay.
Would have
Well,
thought.
they'll be back.
It's definitely not working out. You guys know that.
No, I have an idea of what your future holds, and real sweet titties.
Thank you.
Before we say our birthday shout outs, Slatsy's on the Bombers -4.5, Bombers Elks under 49.5, Tiger Cats over 52.5, Rough Riders -3, and Rocky Armstead over 70.5 rush yards. I'm on. Well, I haven't bet these 2 spots yet, so I got to bet them right away. Elks team total under 22.5. I think that's the best spot on the board. And then I'm going to be on the first half under in Montreal, Toronto. Just the first half under. I'm not going to be in the full game under. I fear Chad Kelly late in games putting up a ton of points. By the way, Hanafy's listed for Detroit, so we've got more work to do there. Al Cervic says, Nuclear smokes a blunt and drinks a beer last night, wins today. Coincidence? No coincidence whatsoever. That is the meal of champions. Philly Eagle Flyers tied after second inning on the Cubs.
Yeah,
tied after 2.
I couldn't believe it was plus money. You could have told me it was -125. I would be like, yeah, of course, it's going to be 0-0 for the whole game. I told my friend who is a degenerate and he loves betting in-game nerfies, like tied after this inning, tied after the next inning, and I told him this is the perfect game to do it. Just bet no run in this inning, no run in that inning, the whole game. But whatever.
Oh, I think you're right. But I mean, the line went so heavy against us.
It was disgusting. But you know what? It's crazy. 20 mile-an-hour winds is still 20 mile-an-hour wind. By the way, I still don't have the Rockies game on my fucking thing. It's the most annoying thing right now.
You'll get it. I'm very interested in the under in White Sox Detroit Tigers. I'm going to study that. Then Pirates first 5 plus a half is the only other bet I've got in. That was the taint play of the day. Jose Bouquett also moved on it. And Johnny K's best bet, though, is the Yankees. Then Vladdy Guerrero over 1.5 bases. Jose's on it. Crystal Craig's on it. Then Astros, Cleveland, we stayed off. Rays, Red Sox, we stayed off. We a few games here, we stayed off. Royals, Braves, we stayed off. I'm interested in Twins first 5 -1/2. Jose moved on Pablo Lopez over 18.5 outs to +105. I'm going to bet the Rockies when the show's over. Mets, Brewers, no action. Rangers, Angels, no action. And Padres, Diamondbacks, no action. But it does feel like that's going to possibly go over, but I'm not going to mess with it there. And then Joe Yurkovich, underdog specials, Oakland +144. I do have some interest in cards and under, but if I'm in great shape here, I'm not going to be hammering the 2 spots late in the card, but I might. Then WT gave us Virginia Tech. That's Wine Time. Wine Time gives Virginia Tech at +19, but Kong is on Miami. Coin Currency play the day's Miami under 54.5, and we've heard how bullish our friend DC Capper is on the Hurricanes. But I am very interested in moving on Virginia Tech. Tom Leach is on Virginia Tech first half +10. And the pig milk play of the day, thank you for having that heat hooking up for us because I missed it, is Washington Rutgers first half over 22. Skunt Blaster, Skunt Bag play of the day is Rutgers first quarter money line. And we already have our guy Wine Time on Rutgers, but Ron Crawford on the other side. And then Wine Time gave us the under 48 in Louisville, Notre Dame. I took that at 46 last night or early this morning or whatever it is. And that is our show for today. Kong's Clips was a spelling mistake because he had sloppy tits at 7:00. So I thought he was just predicting the future. Check me out at 7:00 if you want to see sloppy tits. Saturated has Illinois on the money line, and I finally know how to reply to this. It took me a long time to learn. I'm one of you, baby.
Fuck. By the way, Jimmy, Wine Time and I forget who. It was Bobana or Connor Mack, both of them on unders in that game, I believe. I bet that as well with them. I forget what it is now. Yes, under 47.5 is what I got. So that's an
In
official
what,
bet.
Louisville, Notre Dame, or the Penn State spot?
Penn State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So
funny
I'm
you got 47 because I still got 48, and I bet it at 2 in the morning.
okay. Lovely. So I'm on that, and then I forget which Earl. I think it was Nick said to bet UTSA against ECU this week. So I'm on that as well.
He did say that. Thank you. I'm going to look into that as well.
I didn't do any market analysis or anything. I'm just trusting our guy Nick. But Jimmy, you said this earlier. You don't straight tail people. The best way for me to get to straight tail someone, if you text me individually about a bet, I'll tell you every time out of 100. It's so funny. Wine Time did the same thing to me with Stanford, and I didn't even hesitate. I was like, oh, Stanford next. It was very funny. So I'm very easily influenced.
I don't think that's a good thing. Don't think that's a good thing.
It makes for fun parties, I guess.
Well, let's close out our show first by thanking all of you in the chat and then giving out our birthday wishes. A saturated UPK, Ayash, Yala, Lucky Power, Coin, the Sweaty Butcher. He was money in the bank last night, and he cashed the surf and turf. Of course, he did. Plus 204 surf and turf. Thank you guys. Kongs, Clips, Kelly McInnes, Nutflush Allen. Nutflush had 2 camels in that race. And New Cooker said, nay. He said, nay, not today. Joey Marinaccio, the Dapper Capper, Christopher Comatini, Gerald Jones, Bo Jackson, BT, the Skunk Blaster, Coin. And I'll also need Nuke to know that he is only $135 richer because of our friend Cody, the Skunk Blaster, giving it back, giving it right back. Fernando Mendoza, Viper NB, thank you guys. The Clark Edge, Lim Belvedere, Old E, thank you. Fernando Mendoza, Drew, thank you guys. Truly thank you guys. And to our birthdays today, Crystal Craig's birthday. Crystal, we love capping with you so much. Go get that cash. Your Miss Baseball. We're a couple days heading into the playoffs, which is going to be so exciting. And we're going to cap them heavy here. And to Skylar, turning 15 tomorrow. You keep leading by example. We're so proud of your accomplishments. Congratulations on making varsity soccer team. Only 2 freshmen made it, or 2 sophomores made it. So congratulations. And just keep doing you, leading by example. We're very proud of you. All of your mom and dad's friends are extremely proud of who you are. So happy 15th birthday tomorrow. And that is our show for today. DC Capper giving us the Kansas State over 57. I will copy and paste that. I'm that Heat hit the over 4 naps during our show. And, you know, I'm part of the reason why Jose doesn't have Tito's, and that's because you don't eat, right? You haven't eaten.
No. That's why I don't have sloppy tits. It's a nice thing. It's called fasting, but just Jimmy the Bag. That's what I call it, you know. Yeah. So no food for me. I'm not hungry, so that's the best part about it. So, you know, we're great.
Coin says any NHL previews prior to puck drop next week? Yes, Coin, we got you, man. So
by the way, I almost bet Edmonton Oilers to win the Western Conference. I think it was plus 350. I almost bet that during the show.
Don't bother. Just take him to win it all.
8+800.
Yeah. Take it plus. I think it's time. I think they're through training camp far enough. I think it's time. I think it's time to move on this weekend. Just need to get
you guys will sue me on Thursday with my McDavid jersey.
Yes, I will never wear blue and orange. I'll tell you that much, man. Jose, thank you for all your hard work. Thank you guys for supporting us here at Pub Sports Radio. Jose, could you please bless our action and lead us into the future?
Yep. Reminders, tailgate tomorrow morning, Daby Cab. Do you want to be on the tailgate? Anyone in the chat, just drop me or Daby Cab a line, Twitter, email, whatever. However you want to reach us, get in touch with us. this lovely card show coming up in November. We're going to keep reminding people again and again and again about it. I will be there live. I'll do shows there live. It'll be a whole lot of fun there. And I will be again buying maybe a Rafael Devers rookie card. Who knows? Maybe by then the Boston Red Sox would have already been rumored to Juan Soto. And I can buy a Juan Soto rookie card and I can dream.
Yeah, maybe keep an eye out for a Vladdy card for me.
You moved from Vladdy to Bo, or from Bo to Vladdy, I should say.
Yes.
Well, he's not getting over 300 million. We know that much.
Oh, he will.
We know that much at the very least. And at least if, you know what, I'll change my tune about that 300 million if he gets us over 1.5 bases today. But until then, leche y los bookmakers.